What's going on, y'all? What's happening? What is going on? I lost. Uh, oh, there he is.
No, I'm
What's up?
back. It's a comedy of errors.
It really is. So,
Holy
uh,
moly.
we got to skip ahead a little bit. We were not late. We were 1 minute late, not 6 minutes late. We started. Yeah, we started talking, and luckily, he's got it up. I don't have it pulled up on YouTube. Pop's
Man, I'm
got it.
glad I did.
And he said, "You know what? I can see the chat, but I can't see the stream. Y'all, I forgot to hit go live. We sat through that whole intro and the countdown and everything else." And he was like, "Oh, wait, hold up." And I said, it helps if you hit the go live button. There's a go live button. And then I just did the little video you guys just saw, and we started talking.
Oh Lord. Oh my God.
you
I'm sitting
you
there
learn
and
as you go.
I like to have the stream pulled up, off to the side on my second monitor and just kind of,
And
it's
now
on
you
a
can.
delay. It's kind of weird, but it's on a delay and it's several seconds. But I just like to kind of keep track of it because also, um, I can't comment to anybody unless I go on YouTube and comment in the actual YouTube app. If me,
Sure you can. They see us.
I'm looking at my chat, but I don't have a way to chat. I don't have a way to type in the chat. You see what I'm saying? Like on
Yeah,
StreamYards.
our StreamYard chat shows up in the YouTube chat.
Well, I know that, but I can't comment on in it unless it's at where's it at? Like at the top? I don't have a way to comment in StreamYards. You see what
Go
I'm saying?
to comments. Go over to the right to comments.
Yeah.
Under on the very right,
Yeah.
and you click comments, and you can see all the comments.
Oh no. I'm saying I can't type a comment back on StreamYards. I don't have a
Oh,
bar down there. You see what I'm
oh,
saying?
I do. I don't know. I got
You
one.
do?
Yeah,
It could be
it's right here chilling under the chat.
man, I don't know. I can't access it and I'm in full screen, so I have no idea. But yeah, like under the chat. So
Oh,
that's the only reason why I thought about pulling up the YouTube stream is
well, I'm glad you
because
did.
I was sitting here and I was like, well, man, I can't comment with anybody. Like I can't, on my screen, and like I said, I've got it on full screen. I can't comment at all. And so I have to go to YouTube and make my comments on there. And
Oh
so
no, yeah,
and
you
so
should
yeah,
have a
like
box.
I mean,
What's in the box? It should be a comment.
even under my settings, like if I showed you my screen right now, I see all the chat and everything,
Yeah,
but it goes to the bottom and then I don't have a box at all. I got nothing.
that's that's weird because I've got
Hmm.
one. I don't
Yeah.
know. Well, all right. Well, we're gonna skip one real quick, and we're gonna
Well,
go
you
back
can.
to it. But we're gonna
Yeah.
we're
Yeah. I
gonna
mean,
since we're running late. Long as you got it pulled up somewhere where you can comment, then that's what counts.
yeah. I mean, I was going to tell you real quick too. I mean, we got a little more time tonight, right? I mean, we got a lot to cover, but we have a little
Yeah,
more time tonight. And all we were saying is earlier for 5 minutes, we were talking about, hey, how was your day? What'd you
yeah,
have going on? This and that. Y'all
yeah.
probably didn't really miss much,
No,
you know?
you didn't miss nothing. So
No.
we'll cut that out. So so we're gonna because I do want to go over the first thing I got wrote or the second thing I got wrote down, but we need to go ahead and say what's up to the chat. Crimson
Y-
Cobra Commander beat everybody today. He was here at 5:49. I guess he was just bored. And not long,
Just ready
yeah,
to go.
Son of a Crayon Slayers was here. Woody Triple Deuce.
Yeah.
What is up, y'all? There's Legends series. It's a comedy of freaking errors. That's how it is. That's how our Wednesday's going. It is not good so far. So let's
It's
see.
getting better. It's getting better right now.
Yeah, it's now it just this is the highlight of my day right here.
Man, I hear you, brother.
Jay Astro, what's going on, man? I think that's everybody that's here that I can see that's commented. So if I missed anybody, I sorry, but I think that's it. So um anyway, yeah, we were literally sitting here talking about the day for 5 minutes before he realized that we weren't live. So we were technically only 1 minute late.
Yeah, I
So
mean, really, it was only a minute, and but late is late, right?
yeah,
Early
yeah.
is on time,
I
and
saw
late
two,
on time is late. Oh, and who is that right there? I know who that
possibly
is.
Mav. What's going
No,
on? Possibly Mav.
that's my son. That's
Oh,
my
okay.
son.
I was gonna say I'm about to say I've never seen you in here. Well, now we have. Welcome to the
Yeah,
show, Pop
yeah,
Blender's
man.
son.
Possibly
Uh,
Mav. I'll leave it at that with your avatar for now, buddy.
that's
But yeah, my
Clint
son's in
Eastwood.
here. Yeah, man. He's well, no, I think that's Arthur Morgan, if I'm not mistaken.
I
The avatar. He's all about he's all about that Red Dead, dude. That's a
yeah.
jam, man. It is a
Um,
jam.
I saw somebody up here. I'm trying to find it. Oh yeah, no, that was funny. I saw that. Must have taken two of those Ambien last night. If I'd have taken two, I wouldn't have got as far as I
Well,
did.
that's what alerted me because I tried to bring it up and it just kept saying premiering, and then I saw what Woody commented, and at that point I said, "Wait, we're talking right now. Like we're literally talking right now at this moment." You know what I mean? And Woody, there's no telling. I mean,
Um,
literally, I have no idea.
yeah. At least as long as I realized, it took me to realize that you didn't say anything about this hat, and I saw you did. So I thought you might like that.
That's
Yeah,
funny.
that's for real. That's what we say down here. Bless his heart. Bless your
Yep,
heart.
bless his heart.
We say to people that are a little bit touched. So
Yeah,
yeah, Legend series agrees with you.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
couldn't. I never got past trying to ride the damn horse. So
I think yeah. Legends, yeah, Red Dead is a fantastic game. The second one is a masterpiece. If you have time to take time. If you like to blow through your games, you got time to take time. It's an amazing game. It took me a little bit to get into it, but once you get past the intro, the prologue, so to speak, it is one of the most amazing games I've ever played in my life. It really is. It's
yeah.
fantastic.
So I didn't. Not much. Not much. Cuz how you doing? Yeah. Woody, I wore this hat just to mess with you because this is the flattest you'll ever see a bill on one of my hats, and this is probably the last time you'll ever see this one this flat. I've actually got my other hat over here just in case. I didn't realize when I bought this hat, it is neither adjustable nor fitted. It's elastic, and that means it is not made for people with hair. It's made for bald heads or people that shave their head like Velcro. So, yeah, but it was a Bucky's hat and it was a good price. So,
Ain't nothing
yes,
wrong with that.
giggity, 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 giggity.
Man, I have yet to go to a Bucky's, man. Like, and I want to, and as soon as
We'll
I'm in a
stop.
place where I can, I'm
Yeah,
definitely
we're
going to.
we're gonna stop next month. We're gonna stop at the same one I went to, because it's on the way.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. It's on the way, right?
Yeah, it's. I didn't realize it was as far as it was. Um, but it's way further down than I thought it was. I mean, it's literally like, I mean, it's like another 30 minutes from there to Toy Enhancer's house. So it's
Okay.
I thought it was right over the border, like in Chattanooga, but it's further down. So
Oh wow.
what's up, Bobby Wald and Loki Wartooth? Just come in. What's going on, fellas? Oh, let's see. So I gotta get to this just because I gotta bring it up.
Yeah, let's
Um,
get to what we need to start getting to.
so what's going on? I We've already kind of talked about what's going on,
A
but
little bit.
nobody has still gotten this for the no prize, and I wish Matson was in here right now, but I may pop this back up later on if anybody shows up. So that's kind of their intro for what we've already talked about is what's going on. I still have
And,
yet to have anybody know what that's from.
and just to answer the question, what's going on? Nothing. Not much. Not much really for us in the GI Joe world either. Not a whole lot. A little
Not
bit, but not much.
not yet, but
Not at
not
least
yet.
figure wise, right? Not
Not
not yet.
not for not for a couple more weeks. Did you see? Yeah, you saw the the Fig Zero Destro and Pimp Daddy
Yes.
Destro and Profit Director
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Cobra Commander. I may need to have them. Although Full Force talked about it today, I listened to that when I got home, and I don't remember hearing him talk about that it's going to be limited, like we talked
Um.
about before.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
maybe. So not yet. I can't even do that yet. I got another hint that I'm gonna drop first. So I can't say what decade yet. Woody, there's the crow. What's
There he is.
going on, buddy? I was
Yeah,
wondering what you guys was into tonight. So we got what's going on, and we might pop that back up here in a little bit. So
yeah,
I was
man.
going to ask, how was hope everybody had a good Mother's Day. Hope everybody, because we got a lot of mothers in here, that's for sure. So
Yeah,
hope
we do.
everybody
I
had a
think I
good
could put a
Mother's Day.
word. I could put a word on the end of that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, no, yes and no, Loki. What's with it
What's
said
going on?
what's
What's
going
going
on?
on? Yeah, baby. What's going on? Oh well. Love it. I love some Marvin Gaye now. I am a bad
Yeah,
mother.
yeah. I like me some Marvin Gaye, man. I like all that old stuff. Yes, you are. You are a bad mother.
All right.
So,
All
um,
right.
so let's see. We got through that part and that part and that part. We'll come back to
I mean,
what's
Mother's Day,
going on.
as far as Mother's Day, because kind of brought up everybody had a good one. I had a good one. I did take my son back home early Sunday morning, which we usually go late. Take him back Sunday morning so he could spend time with his mother, obviously. And and then got together with my mom and my sister out of my sister's property, which she has about 9.5 acres. She's got 2 horses and a mule, some pastures. And so, it's fun. We had a nice, awesome roast in a crock pot, dude, and hung out and just cut up, joking around. You know how we do it. And so it was good. It was fun. I know that you had a different kind of day, but obviously you went and picked up a friend,
Yeah, yeah.
uh,
My Mother's Day is generally pretty uneventful these days. Um, so in case you guys didn't know, my mom is dead. So there's not a whole lot of activity that we do. I can't really take her anywhere. So I have to go and see her. And I've got a buddy that just had surgery on one of his feet, and he's going stir crazy at his house. And he of course knew my mom and wanted to know if he could go with me just to get out of the house. I was like, yeah, because I don't think he's been over there since the funeral. And so we went over there, but also he also needed a ride to the Quick Mart and to the liquor store because he's sitting at home recovering. So he's out of he's out of stuff that is not very expensive bottles. So
yeah.
we took him out, or I took him out. We went over to the cemetery and did that, and hung out with him for a little bit. What is
There
going
you go.
on? Hey, Ron, how you doing, buddy?
What's up,
I'm
buddy?
glad you
Yeah, man.
showed up. What are you doing tonight? You 3D printing a new truck tonight?
Has it got a Hemi?
Yeah. No, it definitely won't have a Hemi. He's a Chevy guy. He's had more success with that 3D printer in 48 hours than I had in 148
Oh,
days.
you and I talked about that months back. What's up, more chess?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, we
bud.
talked about that back like last year, and you were trying stuff. You made some boxes that were really cool.
Mhm.
But yeah, man, you would definitely you were like, hey, this is a whole nother world, man. And not does it take patience for that kind of stuff, but if you really got to deep dive into it, right? Like, and
Yeah,
so I could fully understand where it can be a little daunting. And at the same time, it's like, I don't know if I truly have the time to try to figure it out, but what,
that was
obviously. Go
That
ahead.
was
Go
my
ahead.
whole thing. That was my whole thing with it, was like, I'm not inclined in that way, so it was all a, learning and trying to figure it out, and I just never could. The one I had, I mean, it was a cheaper one, but it was a decent beginner one, and I I just had trouble with what a lot of people have trouble with, which was getting that first base layer to stick.
Yeah.
And it's the time sink, right? Like sitting there watching it, hoping that it works, and you think that it's working fine, and you're like, all right, cool, and you walk off and leave it, and you fall asleep on the couch watching YouTube, and you get up and you come in there, and your room is a mess of plastic spaghetti, and I just want to throw the whole thing off the damn desk. So what actually wound up happening with mine was, when I was building this room, it was over here, where it
Yeah.
was. It was over here to my
Yeah.
left on its own table. And as this room grew, and especially once I decided to start doing YouTube, um, I had to move it. And I moved it into the other room. And once I did that, I kind of figured that, but once I put it in that other room, it's like, man, it's gonna sit, and it sat, and I sold it on
Yeah.
Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah. You're not going to use it. It's taking up space, and you just never going to get to it. And so it's kind of one of them things. It's like, yeah, you know what? And chances are that was probably the best decision that you could have made, because it's so easy a lot of times to hang on to stuff, and you think, one day, one
Oh,
day,
oh, you're
one
telling me.
day, one day, and as
You've seen
collectors,
my
right?
basement.
Uh-huh, and I'm sure as collectors in particular, right? There's that, stuff, and you go, "Man, I really don't even really look at it, but I really like it, but, but there's this compulsiveness to an extent as well, right? And so it's like, I've gotta have it, but then you might not even pay attention to it, right? You
Yeah,
just don't know, but with something like that, to have something like that, it needs usage, it needs to be used, and if you're not using it, man, it just ain't working. That's
I use the
crazy.
millimeter scale myself. It works in
Yeah.
my favor better. It sounds
Well,
better.
I've been known to break out a yardstick or two.
Or two. Oh, damn.
It's
Oh, we're
like a
getting deep.
baby's
Yeah.
arm holding an apple. You
It's
know
like
what
a
I mean?
baby's arm holding an apple. Oh, look at that. Got 3 legs.
Oh, Lord have
Um,
mercy.
I don't guess you usually a lot of people start these streams with toy pickups. I don't guess you have any toy pickups.
I don't, and also because this stream isn't exactly just a toy stream, right? Because we're going to be talking about GI Joe. It's a GI Joe stream. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's you and me bullshitting slash GI Joe slash shit that gets us pissed off slash cutting up and being stupid, right? Like it's
Yeah.
so, but it's more GI Joe focused, which means that could mean anything, which is going to be a couple topics tonight. But no, I have not. I just again, and I've explained this, so I'm just going to say it quickly. Um, I really like GI Joe. I love the classified line, but I am not, I'm not super interested in buying other figures and other
Right.
lines. That may change, but at the moment right now, I'm just not. But I truly enjoy what a lot of people do in this space. So I enjoy being part of those streams, watching those videos. But for
Yeah.
me, yeah, I haven't picked up anything. If something tickles my fancy though, now, I ain't afraid
Well,
to pick it up.
well,
I
my
picked up some comics recently, but
word.
we'll get into that later on sometime. Go ahead, man. What you
Um,
got?
Yeah, I was gonna say I did. My fancy got tickled and a little earlier, and I had a couple surprises waiting on me. But before I forget, actually, I said I wore this new Bucky's, and I still pronounce it Boosie's because that's how it's spelled, and that's what we do down here. My new Bucky's hat for Woody, because shout out to you, Pop Blender, and to Woody, because Woody got in touch with me this morning and sent me roughly the same message you sent me on Sunday. he texted me and was like, "Hey, do you still need Rakondo? Because I'm sitting here looking at him." And he was somewhere, and and they had Rakondo. He's like, "You may pick him up." And Saint told him the same thing. when Pop was out before he went over to his sister's for Mother's Day, uh, he called me and was like, "Hey man, I'm over at GameStop, wasn't it? You was at GameStop."
I was at GameStop. Yep.
He's like, they've got the Recondo. You want me to grab him?
Looking right in the face.
Yeah. And I was like, no, man, I'm going. I want to find him in the wild. I left that one to find in the wild. So
Yeah.
Did you highlight that? Yeah.
I did. I couldn't help myself. There was the tripod comment by Woody that I really wanted to highlight, but then I was thinking I couldn't remember if you highlighted it or not. So I was like, well, I don't want to do it. But yeah.
So
that's funny, Aaron. But
so
yeah, man.
so Woody hollered at me with the same thing, and I said,
That's
"No, I'm
awesome.
looking for him. I'll probably never find him now, but
Yeah,
it's just him. I kind of left. So this was waiting on me today when I got in.
Oh yeah. Okay. So now, I'm gonna tell you, man, when I was young and when that cartoon came out, you want to talk about being into some Voltron. I was all about some Voltron. I know you loved it too. Oh yeah. That's awesome, dude. So
Voltron, defender of the universe.
Swing.
So I used to I used to draw a lot, and do a lot of sketch work and sketch art, and I still have a lot of my pictures. One day maybe I'll show them on here, man. I used to draw Ninja Turtles. I used to draw a lot of football players. I used to draw a lot of G.I. Joe. Used to try to draw the covers and stuff like that. And but Voltron was one of those ones I used to love to trace. I'd get not just the coloring book, but the tracing book. And I'd trace them, but then I'd learned how to draw them, man. And I used to love drawing that stuff. But that is awesome. Black Lion, hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, and Toy Enhancer just did a video on his, I think yesterday, Tuesday,
Okay.
Monday or Tuesday. He just because I saw it at his house because I almost ordered it on Target, and then I didn't, of course, and it was gone. And I was kind of kicking myself for not ordering it. This thing's only $30, man. This thing's huge.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's $29.99.
It was last year or the year before, man. I saw a bunch of them out, and I was so close to buying them all.
I think this one is a reissue of that one in new 40th anniversary packaging. But I saw it when I was down there, and I said, "Holy shit, man! Is that that new Black Line?" He was like, "Yeah, dude, check it out." Of course, he didn't have it open yet. It looked like this. I said, I had no idea that this thing was this big. It's like
$30.
It was it's a lot of toy for $30, and
that's a steal, dude.
60 plus phrases and sound effects. So now I got the problem now.
I lost you, homeboy. I hope it's not me. I think all my stuff is running. You guys let me know. Did I lose Down South for a second, or did he lose me? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, but he's gone. Down South is gone. Okay. All right. Could be fun if I just oh shit. Okay. Can you guys still see me okay? Since I'm full screen now, you good? All right, cool. All right, so here's the deal. His computer just crashed. He just texted me. His computer just crashed, and he just bought a new computer. And Krusty, don't worry about that autofill, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, it happens, man. When you're trying to chat, you're trying to talk. You know how it is. Shoot, good luck trying to type in chat when I'm on Punk Show and I'm on my phone, like smoking a cigarette outside. I'll be trying to type stuff and it's all misspelled, and I'll be sitting there trying to go back, and it's almost like, these days we you might as well send a misspelled, uncapitalized text message, because chances are people know what you're trying to say anyway. I'm one of them because I'm old. I'll go back and try to fix my text message or my chat message, and it's so stupid because it's like, why am I going through all this trouble? People don't give a shit about that. You know, they can tell what you're trying to say. It's like sending a text message to my mom, or she'll send one to me. She'll misspell a word, or it'll autofill the wrong word. And then she'll go back and she'll try to she'll text the right word. And I'm like, Mom, I knew what you was trying to say. You know, Aaron, yes, I get it, man. And thank you, everybody. There he is. He's back again. I can't quite hear you yet. I can't hear you.
How about now?
There you go, baby. He's back, large and in charge. So you just crashed?
Yes and no, man. How long we've been on? We've been on 26 minutes.
Comedy
Fuck
of
this
errors.
day.
So, what happened, buddy?
I've got this tower, my brand new tower that just crashed, sitting at my feet, and I guess I wiggled my foot a little bit, and I didn't have the power cord pushed all the way in.
I understand. I know all about that. You really got to jam that fucker in. But I understand.
Man.
Sometimes you think it's in and it's not all the way. Thankfully, that used to happen to me back in the day when I was younger.
Yeah, sometimes it
out
slips.
on a date. Yeah, I was out on a date. You thought you had it in. It's not quite all the way, and she tells you that. You know,
and
so you have to fix
you try to put it. You try to put it in a USB port.
Yeah, and then that's a real problem, ain't it?
Yeah, that's thank you. Yeah, so that man, that did. I'm glad that's all that was, because that just freaked me out. I've had this computer for 3 weeks.
Hey, you remember the first stream we had? My internet crapped out, and all of a sudden, we had a power flicker, and it shut my modem off. And so you remember I had to come back, and then the next time we did a stream, I kicked my power cord out of my microphone, and it turned off all of my shit.
And your audio kept crackling.
My audio kept crackling. I sounded like fucking not even a terrible C3PO. I don't even know what it sounded like. Terrible Darth Vader. Yeah, exactly. So one of these days, you and I are going to dial it in. We're not too old to get there yet. Like, we can do this. We can do this.
Man, I'm telling you. Who said it? Eric, what's up, Eric? I'm glad it
I
wasn't
said hey to Eric earlier. He kind of slipped in there, man.
With the day I'm having, man, a stroke is not out of the realm of possibility.
Oh my God. Don't say that.
So Black Line, hold on, I need nicotine now.
Okay,
Black Line. So now I'm in the same boat everybody that's got the Black Line is in, and I've got to try and hunt down all the other lines that are not even listed on Target's website here anymore. Especially the green line, because I need my boy Pidge.
Yeah.
And so I really don't want to overpay for them on FeeBay. So I'm hoping maybe I could find somebody that's picking them up, or actually run across them in store, or I don't know what. But anyway, so I got that. And the other thing I'm really excited about showed up today. Oh, by the way, that as we know, that came from Target, not Pulse, not Hasbro, and it still looked like they kicked it here. I got a picture of the box. I mean, the bottom of the box was not even attached. Like the little flap on the bottom, it wasn't even attached. It was like, it looked like somebody put a boot through this damn thing.
You know, it's funny we talk about that, but you know, the people that pack it don't give a shit what it is. They don't care. It's a collectible or nothing, you know.
It's at Hasbro here. It actually was packed decently. It had enough bubbles around it. It actually probably did protect it, where if the thing had been on that side when they set it down or whatever, the bubble probably did save it. So it's the front's a little scratched, but the box is in good shape. I'm gonna keep this box too. I try to keep all the box, but it don't always work out.
I understand.
So the other thing I got that I'm real excited about was from Hasbro, was that came in today.
Yeah, man. And you know what? I looked on there too, and I saw how cool it was. And I was like, yeah, that actually does really look cool. My problem is that I have the Ecto one. However, not only do I have 2 of them, but they're popcorn holders. I got them when the movie came out like a couple years ago, and they're actually
They-
collectible popcorn buckets.
They didn't have them. I was gonna get one when I went to see Frozen Empire, but they didn't have any.
No.
So this is the Ecto one that just come out that they just dropped Thursday
Yeah,
or
man.
Friday. And when I got this thing, because it's plasma series, and I thought it was for the 6-inch figures, because I've got series 1 that I've still got to open, but I thought it was for the 6-inch figures. I was like, well, that's a hell of a deal. I got to get that because I want the Ecto anyway. And then after I wasn't even paying attention, and I started reading it, and it's 1/18th, and it's for it's the Ecto for the O-ring figures that are coming out next month. So I was gonna buy it anyway, so I just got it early now. I'm gonna open it up and put some I'm gonna put some Joes in it.
Why not? I love it though. I love it. It's I mean, come on, man. That when that movie came out in '84, I think I was like 9 years old, about to turn. Or no, not about to turn. I think I might have been. Yeah, I was 9 years old. So, yeah, man, that's a big part of our childhood for sure. But yeah, I love the look of it, and it looks really good. I looked at it on Pulse. I flipped through the pictures, like it looks fantastic.
Yeah, it looks sweet. Now it's now this is the 84, the one movie, the original movie, and this toy is, from what I was told, is the repaint of the one that's from Afterlife, where it's all dirty, but it's just the 84, which if I had the Afterlife one, I would still want this one, and I would have wished it was this one. So
and there's one thing I noticed on it, not to get too deep in it because we kind of move our topics here, especially coming up this next topic. But the one thing I noticed is the ladder on it blue? Isn't it like a bright blue on the side?
Fuggin with a G, blue. No, it's the hose. It's not.
Okay. Then I didn't. Okay. Very good. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Because I thought the picture I saw was like, is that a blue ladder on the side? But it's
a big, like a vacuum hose that goes into the I guess the mini containment unit or whatever that's on there. So I did too. Frozen Empire was good. It had a theme running through it that it absolutely did not need in it. But it didn't bother me enough. Did not bother me. You still never went to see it yet?
No, but I'll be honest with you. All the channels I follow pretty much told you about every possible thing in it. Scene to scene to scene. And for me, I just felt like I guess I didn't need to see it. No, I mean I won't. It just I guess I didn't feel like I had to see it.
It's good. It is, to me, it was not nearly as nostalgia heavy as Afterlife was.
Right.
And everybody was saying it was like nostalgia bait. Afterlife was worse than for nostalgia bait. This one did nostalgia right.
Okay.
It wasn't too ham-fisted with it. Right. I liked it. It's worth going to see. But anyway, so I got that. I can't wait to get those little O-ring figures. And yes, it does. Loki, absolutely. I didn't think anything could be worse than FedEx, but I'd rather them bring my shit Pony Express than DHL because it's quicker.
Well, that's for sure.
So it's awful. So we're gonna get. We got a couple topics. Y'all know we do our bigger topic. That was in Afterlife. Bobby.
Yeah.
We got a couple topics, or a big topic we're gonna do that is in the title, of course, but y'all know we do a few other things ahead of time. So this one is a big one. It's probably bigger than anything we're gonna do tonight. Let me find my banner for it here. And if you were around last night, and if you caught it, you already got this breaking news. I know a few people did. Woody was there. Who else was there? Legends was there. So we're going
same time. Shane was there. Punk showed up for a little while. He was there for quite a while too. Wraith Mace showed up.
Yeah, Wraith was there. That's right.
Wraith was there too. I don't want to forget anybody. It was kind of happening.
It was a slim, which reminds me to if you're watching this on the replay, I appreciate you hit that like button. That
Yeah.
helps out and gets us out there a little bit. So leave a comment and I will try to respond to all of them. I try to. So the big announcement we're going to unveil tonight is this right here. You might have got a little sneak peek last night. This is the official kickoff for Pop Blender's channel.
Yeah,
He
man.
did a test stream last night and actually just typed that it was out there. He was doing a test stream, and at the end of Tory Enhancer's stream, it was probably the last comment after he had already cut the camera off, and some people actually found it. And I will let you take it from there.
Yeah. I after kind of going back and checking it out last night, I mentioned it probably several times. But yeah, it was at the very last thing. I just wanted to wait. I didn't want to get into Aaron's stream and really just kind of put it all out there or whatever, because I thought I might be starting it while he was still going. And instead, because I was watching him, I ended up Woody, that's funny.
What's up, Grievance? Say hi to him real quick.
I had yeah, man. I had messaged you and said, I'm thinking about putting a message out there. Just put in the comments real quick. He's kind of wrapping things up, and I could tell he's in his last couple minutes. But you were outside, so I never heard anything back. And so right at the very end, I just kind of put out there, hey guys, I'm gonna do a test stream to kind of get my channel going and get things dialed in. And so that was it. As a matter of fact, Aaron was literally a freeze frame. So it wasn't like he was still talking. It was a freeze frame. I think the chat was still going like it does for just a little bit. And so I just put that out there and said, hey, you want to come and hang out? Cool. I didn't expect anybody. And so I fired the thing up, and lo and behold, Woody is like the first person right in there and must have still been watching. But then little by little, we had a few more people come out as well. And, and then you made a couple messages to a couple people as well, just come by. And really, it was just a test. I did not expect anybody to come. But obviously, what is most fun about that is that people actually do show up. And it could be 5, it could be 3, it could be 20. You got somebody to talk to, right? And then I sent you the link and you jumped in, and yeah, right. Yeah, pretty much. And so anyway, it was fun. We had a good time. Basically, I just wanted to kind of dial in, get a little thing. I didn't even really do a good job of explaining it while you and I were talking, because we just kind of went on about what we normally would do, which is bullshit with each other, and talk to the people in the chat. And so this channel it will be a pop culture channel. Pop Blender, that name is mainly, it's my grandfather, we called him Pop. That's not really the reason I pulled that. The pop part of it is pop culture. The Blender part of it is take it all out. You take movies, you take TVs, you take games, you take toys, you take comics, you throw all that shit in a blender, you mix it up. That's the shit I want to talk about. That's what I want to do. And I watch a lot of people on the throne.
Grievance sub to you.
Oh, dude, that's awesome. Thank you so much.
To you.
Thank you so much. That's awesome. And I just want to do that test. But really, also because it was a live rather than me putting out a video, which I'm going to be doing really, really, really soon. Nobody does, by the way, Grievance. Nobody these days poops without their phone, and I can 100% guarantee that. And I haven't even seen everybody take a dump. But this channel is going to be a pop culture channel, and that will get into topics. If any of you guys, just to give you an idea, if any of y'all watch Critical Drinker, Nerdrotic, Heels versus Babyface, Geeks and Gamers, Disparu, there's so many others that fall into Mauler. If you ever watch any of Mauler's videos, which are amazing deep dives on all kinds of movies and stuff, those are the people that I've kind of immediately oh my god, I can't even. Sorry, man. I just happened to see a comment by Jay Astro, and I absolutely lost my mind. But yeah, man, like, it's going to be pop culture.
We're getting there.
We're getting there. Don't worry, Jay Astro. We're getting there. I promise you. But but that's what it's gonna be about. So anybody and everybody, please come back. If you're into talking about movies and stuff, but also there are going to be subjects that are kind of touched upon that we don't really talk about in the toy tube universe, and that's going to be, not necessarily politics, not on the presidential and that kind of scale, but some of the political things that have kind of come into our pop culture realm that have taken away from our escapism, and so that will be some of it too. First and foremost, we will be doing a live stream next Tuesday. Matthew Matson and I will be doing a live stream next Tuesday at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. We tried to figure out what was the best time. We jumped all over the map. Sometime you're going to end up finding, yes, I'm going to be keeping it real. I promise you that. We tried to find a time that wasn't stepping on anybody's toes. And yet at the same time, it is, it's hard, right? Like everybody's doing a stream these days, no matter how many people are watching. And so we just thought, hey, Matthew, what's good for you? What's good for me? Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. So we're going to do our first one this next Tuesday. I think it's the 21st. Is that right? Am I pretty sure that's what it is? I'll look at my Google calendar real quick. Yeah, the 21st this month at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. We're gonna have some topics. We're gonna have some movies to talk about, some TV, maybe some games, some comics. We might even hit a toy or two. It's everything is in play here, and so I'll be putting out some content soon. Holy moly! Well, man, I got to be honest with you. After I'm 48 years old, I'm gonna have to start watching that channel.
I don't even care anymore.
I know, right? Like get to the point where you just don't even give a shit.
Who cares?
But nonetheless, I don't want to spend too much time on it. But that's what it's going to be, and my content will also be coming out really soon, and it's going to be covering all those topics with just me. But next week, me and Matthew on Tuesday at 9:00 are going to do our first pop culture live stream. So I got to come up with a tricky name and all that stuff and get
I was going to ask you if you got a name yet. So
I have not yet. I've been kind of bouncing stuff around and in my head, and I've been back and forth with him. But and so I'll get a few more ideas from him for sure. But anyway, so that's it, man. That stream last night was a lot of fun. I'm glad to anyone who did come out and it was fun.
And it is on his page if anybody wants to go back and listen to it. It's actually pretty good for a test stream. It went very well.
Yeah. Especially, and then once you left, I just kind of started talking, I say rambling, whatever, but started talking about, our childhood a little bit and Nashville, and all this kind of stuff and whatever. So anybody wants to watch it, go check it out. Love for you to comment or whatever, and give a thumbs up even to it. There you go. That's pretty good too.
Good names
actually,
there,
100%. I'm gonna be getting some of these down. Actually, I like it.
Now this isn't going to be every week with you and Matt. Like Matt's going to be an occasional guest co-host.
No. Every Tuesday, the live stream will be me and Matthew. I will be doing. I'm glad you brought that up, actually, because you and I talked about this earlier. I will probably do my own personal live stream. It may be something that's during the daytime. I'll pick a day, and as I get into it, I'll figure that out. But every Tuesday is going to be me and Matthew, unless something changes, unless he's busy or something, he needs to take a week off, whatever. But I plan on that being he and I every week, and we'll be reviewing shows or reviewing a movie, talking about news, gaming news, comic news, pop culture news, Hollywood news, stuff like that. And so yeah, man, hell, I'll be honest with you, Darren, I'd even love to do an offshoot sports channel on my page, have a different, with a different name, like, pop sports, culture, whatever, but as it stands right now, live
Sports
streams with
Blender.
him. Right. But yeah, every week with Matthew, on Tuesday nights, and then I'll probably figure out one I can do. Popping tags. What?
Ain't heard that for a minute. I'm gonna
Yeah,
pop
man.
some tags.
Oh
Who
my
was that?
God.
That was
Macklemore.
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 You know what I was trying to say? I was trying to say McMackin.
But Jay Astro popping fresh. Man, I'm telling you that these are some good stuff, man, and I will take them all into consideration as well for sure. And if any of you, just so I can have them, because I sometimes your chat replay, I don't know how it is when you're trying to go back and watch like the chat replay. I don't know if your channel has to be, monetized, or if it has, or whatever. But
no, you can still see. You can see.
Okay, cool. So I'm
chat.
gonna go back and write some of these down, and I'll kind of go over it with Matthew and see maybe what we can come up with. That'd be fun. But I appreciate it. I'd love to have everybody there. Absolutely, 100%. So that's that, man. We got that out of the way. Love it.
Yeah,
Appreciate bringing it up.
And that, yeah, man. We got to. I mean, that kind of ties back into the story of what you were talking about last night about you trying to get me to do a movie show with you, like kind of similar to what Punks on Film is, kind of in that same vein. Maybe we watch it, and it was going to be the same kind of thing. And he was trying to get me to do that with him like 2 years ago, and I was like, man, that ain't my thing. I can't picture myself in front of a camera, and nobody's going to want to listen to me talk about anything.
Right.
He was like, dude, you'd be surprised. I'm surprised. So he was one of the main ones trying to encourage me to start this channel. And the whole time knowing that he was wanting to do a channel of his own. And he touched on that last night in that stream was like, I've been trying to give him advice and push him into getting his channel started. And here I am assing around on getting mine going. So I'm glad that you're finally up and running and getting it going.
Yeah. And I'll tell you too, I do like that too, Aaron. I can't wait. Hell no. I can't wait actually for the premiere on the 24th, Friday night, for my Power of the Force video. Because that may very well be, depending on early this week, that may very well be my first content, is that Power of the Force video. And I've spent a lot of time editing and messing around with it, and I think it's gonna be funny and had lot of fun. I don't want to give anything away at all, but
I have not seen it.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun videoing it, and I didn't want to share it with him. I just want it to be a surprise. I think it'll be a lot of fun, and I hope so, Loki. Like that's like I said, it probably will be my first content unless I get a wild hair and try to put out just a quick hitting solo video about something that comes up, some news or something. But yeah, so I can't wait to do that. That's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait for y'all to see it too. Yeah, obviously my son says he had a lot of fun too. Just the only thing I'll give away is that my son also did it with me, and I think it'll be a lot of fun. We had a good time.
Does he play Dash Rendar?
He plays Rash Dendar.
Okay,
actually,
that was Dash's slower nephew. I believe.
Yes, 100%.
Rash Dendar.
Yeah, it's I had to get him some baby cream and stuff.
He had space herpes,
something like that. Oh hell no, he better not. He better not.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I was gonna ask the chat, has everybody been keeping up with the Power of the Force, and how have you guys been enjoying it? I'm following some people now. The whole point of the thing was to get eyes on some other channels, and I'm even watching some different ones now that I knew who the people were, and I've seen them in chats and seen them on lives, but I didn't necessarily watch them or follow them, and I'm following everybody now. So I was going to see what you guys thought about that. I'm having a blast watching these videos, and like Pop said, I have not seen his video and he has not seen mine. I did not get a chance to watch it yet. I was busy trying to get stuff done and eat, so I'm going to have to watch it later tonight when we're done, or tomorrow. Did he do a premiere on it? I'm sure he probably did. But Pop and I are both doing premieres for ours. He hasn't seen my video, and I haven't seen his. And I was excited today when Punk and Allison posted the new schedule for the next week of content, because I'm finally on there. So finally getting to see mine that I'm coming up. I was like, oh yeah, I can't, yeah. I was like, because I'm on the, mine is on the 21st. Mine is next Tuesday. So I'm at the tail end of that slide that he made. But I was, of course he tags everybody in it, and I was like, oh man, there it is. I finally get to get ready to put mine up for the schedule.
Well, and I love let's see. I wanted to highlight that real quick too before I highlight this one. But yeah, so what I think it's an awesome idea that they come up with and Punk come up with about having everybody, like, you know what I mean? It's like, everybody pick one. If you want to do it, great. And if you don't, okay. But I think it's a really fun way to get your viewers and just get the people involved, and actually do something like that and then spread it out across the whole month. That's a lot of fun. And I thought that's a great idea to do that, man. Like,
and we were there the night the idea was born.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
that's true.
That was the night that was born. We were there and was like, oh man, this is going to be so much fun.
Yeah. I do understand this too, Crimson Cobra Commander, because I also, like you were, cuz, is that I've been behind, and it's like I've been trying to watch them and trying to, but then there's other stuff I watch too, and so I'm not doing a marathon per se, and so then I've been trying to catch them all. So I still have to get caught up myself, but I've actually enjoyed watching a lot of them, and so yeah, man, I can't wait. But
I'd like to say pick a favorite, but there've been some really good ones. They've all been good. But I really like Eldor, Masterversal.
Oh my God, dude!
That's
a lot of work, man.
Time he put into that video, and Haynes was a really short video, but it was so slick. It looked like you were about to watch a DreamWorks movie. So if those are a couple channels you guys aren't watching, Masterversal Toy Hunter and Payne's Toy Samples, of course you guys probably know, anybody in here probably knows who they are, but those were a couple of my favorite ones, but they have all been good so far. I've really enjoyed watching these things. We got 17 people watching, so everybody hit that like, I would appreciate it.
Bang that like, baby.
So what's going on? No. So we're going to get to our subtopic here. So we got to get this out of the way before we get to the fun topic. And we are going to talk a little bit about the drama that seems to be ongoing with a certain person that lives on a certain body of land surrounded by water, that has just been causing all kind of bullshit going on. It's not something I really want to talk about a lot here, but it's sent so many ripples out through this entire community. And it's really, if you watch YouTube and you watch toy tubers, in some way, this is affecting you, whether you know it or not. So I wanted to touch on it, and I'm going to let Pop talk just a minute about an experiment that he conducted that kind of proves the theory that has been put forth about this guy. And I've told Pop, if he wants to say the name, he can say the name. He has another name.
Whatever, man. You already know.
I shall call this guy when I can think about it. I'm going to refer to him as Swiper Island. I didn't make that up. I saw it somewhere, but I call him Swiper because he steals everybody's shit. And there's other streams that are going on right now that are touching on this a little bit more that we're on at the same time we're on. So you might watch their replay also and get some more insight. But I'm going to let Pop talk a little bit about something he did that proves a theory about this guy.
So I decided to make another YouTube channel with a different name. And then I decided that I was going to comment on a video. And it was one of the videos that kind of referenced the interview that has kind of really blown a lot of this stuff up, right? It's not just the only thing, but it's some of it. But anyway, so it was Toy Kind of Mood, right? The interview, you know, with Lenny and Emily. And so they did, Swiper Island did like two videos about that. Kind of did 2 videos about that. And so I just want to see, what do they do with comments? Do they allow negative comments? Do they allow comments that people they don't know? Do they allow comments, with 20,000 subscribers? There's got to be plenty of people who don't know, who they don't know. And so I went on and I left a comment, and what I said, all I said was, hey, love the channel. However, I love this interview, and I would love to have the link to the interview, the original interview, so I could check it out. It seems like they had a great time. And could you provide the link, or could somebody provide the link for the original interview? I'd love to see who had the credit for it, because I haven't seen it.
And he's talking about the interview from A Toy Kind of Mood.
Yes, that interview, right? Because of course they chopped it out. And as a matter of fact, at the very beginning of their video, they even say, "Hey guys, we're going to talk about the interview with Lenny and Emily from Hasbro, and save yourself an hour of your time and just watch our video." So look, I understand that. I understand. Save yourself an hour, because maybe you don't have time to hear all the little in between talk. Maybe you don't have time for all that. You just want to get the ins and outs. You want to get the main points, right? There are channels that do that. That is fully okay. That is completely okay. That is great when people do that, because they can condense something down for you. But every channel I know that does that credits the original interviewers. They credit the people who did the interview. They put a link to the channel in the description of the video. This is proper YouTube etiquette, right? You're absolutely right. And so every channel that's respected, every channel people go to like that, does that. That's what you do. It's not even that whether you hate people or not, it doesn't matter. ESPN, when they get a freaking story, for years they would never credit the reporter from Detroit or the interviewer from LA that actually got the scoop, that got the story, and they just put ESPN reports that Barry Sanders is retiring or whatever. And they got called out for it, and they changed the way they do that. And now they give credit to the reporter or the insider that got the news. So that is proper etiquette in the media business, reporting business, whatever it is. So I went on there and I just, hey, do you have the link for it? I'd love to see this original interview. It was not a negative comment. All it asked for was the original interview and a link possibly. And I even mentioned, it'd be great if you gave credit to them, right? So then I went back about 2 minutes later. My comment had been deleted already. Literally deleted.
2 minutes.
And then I went back 15 minutes later. I thought, well, maybe I need to update my browser. Maybe I need to, maybe I had something wrong. I don't know. Maybe I can find it again. It had been deleted, right? Yes, 100%.
And he doesn't care. He
Yes,
He don't care.
yeah, he doesn't care. And the thing of it is supposedly he's been working in the media business for 20 years or whatever it is. Okay, that's great. And I know the media business is cutthroat, it's ruthless, and I know that there's a bunch of fake ass people in the media business, in television, in news, in radio, cutthroat, fake ass people who smile to your face and talk shit behind your back. It's what they do. They go for people's jobs. They want your job. If you're ahead of them, they want to get you fired. It doesn't matter. It's a cutthroat business. So if that's where he learned his tactics, I get it. I get that's where he learned his tactics. But here's the deal. Everybody knows that that is the proper etiquette, right? So I just wanted to do that little experiment. I just want to say, hey, I'm going to leave a comment. Just ask for yes, I just read that comment too. You're right, Crow.
Yeah.
21 years of media experience. There is conduct that's proper. Everyone in the business knows it. And so
very good. Eddie's Toy Boy. What's
yeah,
up, man? Thanks for stopping
100%.
by. That is a great comment. If only he could be an anchor in the community instead of a or pushing it away.
And I'll tell you what, man, like, look, I'm sure dude is butthurt because people talk shit, or some people have said shit. Maybe some people gone after his son, which I do not agree with at all. And I don't think anybody does. You ain't gonna find anybody that agrees with that. You're not gonna find anybody who is okay.
Laser Pants made a big point about that, that is off the table. Some people have, but he would not, and that he understands that is wrong. Some people have, and he didn't condone it. And he's the big one that is, in the feud with him right now, and along with Toy Kind of Mood. But he made it a point to say, I never went after his kids. Some have, but I haven't. Right. That is wrong. But as you've said, I'm sure going to expound, his kid is his shield.
Yes, and we're going to talk about that, man. Like, so okay. Comment thing, they deleted it. Whether they have a bot, whether they have a person that's looking out for their comments all the time, as soon as something comes in they don't like, they get rid of it. Okay, so anybody goes and comments, it all looks like freaking rainbows and lollipops. Man, they can't do any wrong. Boy, this is an awesome channel. You guys are the best. Thanks for the news. We really appreciate it. And also, I went to their About Us page. And their About Us page is as narcissistic as it could possibly be for someone who has his son on a stream with him. And then making the comments about or losers, right? Over the hill losers or jealous people when he made that video about that stuff. So then, you come out saying stuff like that. Here's the deal. If you haven't done anything, people are not going to say stuff about you, right? But the problem is this dude can't stop doing bullshit, like striking channels, striking Instagram accounts, when those people had the original source, the original pictures. And then he takes the picture, crops the people out, puts a watermark on it, and then to Instagram, they don't know shit. So they think it's his property. Right?
And strikes them.
And strikes the people who had the original story to begin with. See, that is the bullshit. And the person that does that knows he's doing that. He knows he's bullshit. He knows he's fucking liar. He knows exactly what he's doing. And I'm going to tell you something. 20,000 subs in two years. Man, that's awesome growth, dude, for a small channel, for a toy channel. Tell me how you got them 20,000.
A G.I. Joe centric toy channel. Punk talks about all the time how niche the G.I. Joe is. If you're in it, it seems like there's a lot, but if you look at the broad spectrum, it is a minuscule amount.
100% minuscule amount. It's a 40-year-old, a 50-year-old, and I'm gonna tell you. So how you get to 20K subs? It's not natural growth. On there About Us, this is, we're beamed into 3 million homes, right? 3 million homes. Okay.
3.6.
3.6. All right, you're being. How many of them people are actually watching your shit? You're beamed into those homes. It doesn't mean anybody's watching your content. And on top of that,
how many people are on YouTube? We're beamed in there right now.
And you know what? Crow said something a minute ago that was 100% correct. You got 20,000 subs. Go look at the comments on them videos. Go look and see how many actually participate. Now, views, yeah, man. Hey, dude's getting great views. He's crushing it as far as that within a niche concept, right? But the bottom line is man, that channel appeals to children, dude. Watch it. It's like you said earlier when we were talking. It's like watching Double Dare. It's like watching a Nickelodeon show, man. The stuff that we all do appeals to people that are 38 to 50 years old or older, collecting toys. They're older people, right? You watch that show, and it is a guy, the way he delivers his talking to his kid and the way they break news is like watching a Nickelodeon show for children. And my whole thing is that his son is going to age out of this shit. He may come back to it, but he gonna be chasing girls. He gonna be hanging out. He gonna be going to parties. He gonna play football. He's gonna be in the band. It ain't whatever the matter is. He's gonna age out of this shit. And then what kind of delivery is this dude gonna have on his show here a fucking 2 years from now? When his kid has a deeper voice than he does, because he sounds like a bitch. And then and then his kid's out chasing tail. What's he gonna do on his channel then? At 20,000 subs, how many of them 20,000 subs are kids, man? Like, come on, dude. And I know kids ain't into G.I. Joe. So then how many of them subs are even real?
Yeah, that's the thing, man. He's farming, he's buying subs. I mean, you gotta be. Nobody's growing like that over what slick production, he slick ass, really slick production and regurgitated fucking news. His news, he scours or he has people scouring all of the interwebs, all of the socials for anything that breaks, and then bam, he does a video on it as soon as he can. Don't credit anybody, like he's breaking the news. He's either tuned in all the time or he's paying people to let him know when something happens so he can jump on it and make a reaction video while every fucking body else is at work. Everybody that does this at night and whatever, like he's just jacking other people's news. All this news comes from a couple sources, mainly Full Force. And I've said this before, it's just everybody's delivery. Who do you like to watch? Do it. But he has his delivery in his Double Dare-ish way and pulls it off like it's his sources. Like just like this stuff going on with the Nemesis Enforcer head and all that, like not crediting any of that, where any of that came from. And that's all he does is he steals everything from anywhere he can gets it out as fast as he can, slaps his name on it, and people seem to watch it because it looks great. The
production
great.
value is slick. You're 100% right, and that makes a difference. It makes a difference. 100%.
Yeah, like, well, this guy, look at this guy's production. He must know what he's talking about. He's got to be dialed in because, well, look at this video. Look at these graphics. It's perfect. And he's got all that shit ready to go. He's got all that stuff hot keyed in, man, just waiting 100%. On somebody to give him some news. And
I'm going to tell you something, man. Like, I don't.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that, Legends. That just happened a couple hours ago.
And look, I don't, it's not necessarily about hating. Like, everybody has their own style. Everybody does what they do. And so you want to do your videos in a certain way, all that stuff. That's fine. Nobody cares about that. This whole, I know. I love that shit right there.
I just saw it.
And he might, I don't know. But
yeah,
I'll tell you,
he's still got a couple years before puberty, I think.
The thing of it is that nobody's really hating on dude for the style of videos. Right? Nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about whether he's got his child on there or not. That's fine, man. A dad wants to involve his son in something, you bring him in, that's fine. That's fun. But it's the bullshit. It's the underhanded, illegal, copyright claiming shit that's not actually yours, striking channel. I mean, that kind of stuff, man. Come on, dude. Like,
I'm gonna go back to that. That dude will never show his fucking face. No, come on. If he did, man, I mean, it would be. I mean, I ain't saying that I'm gonna do something by no means, but somebody probably would just because of what he's put people through. I'm in no way saying I would do that, but there's enough people that have legitimate ass reasons. He'd never show his face down there. Not at all. Did Pop freeze up? I think he froze. And it looks like he's singing, doesn't he? Like he's belting out some Prince. Maybe he kicked his power cord out. He just texted me. Let's see what happened. He said we both got problems. Give me a sec. Yeah. So yeah, we've talked about that before. Aaron, like that's been a thing before. I don't think he would ever show up down there just because of the stuff that he's pulled. And I mean, the dude knows what he's doing. He knows he's doing every bit of it. I mean, God knows he's got enough people that are farming him, information and content. He knows exactly what he's doing. He don't care. He thinks he's untouchable because he's got 20,000 subs and he's in another country. He can do and say whatever he wants. But the thing that I don't get is that like how's he keep getting away with it? I asked this the other night. Viper Island's giving Pop a strike now. Oh, I've got to highlight that when he gets back in here. Oh my God. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So what I don't understand is how the dude ever can keep getting away with it, with the blatant thievery and passing it off and the copyright strikes against everybody for everything under the sun. And I don't understand. Like, there's got to be some kind of recourse. I made this comment the other night, and I think it was Matthew that answered it. And he said because Google and everything is all run by AI, like you can't hardly talk to a person. I mean, look at what happened to Punk. Like he copyright strike Punk and got his Instagram taken down for 3 months. And luckily, yeah, right, Woody. Luckily, Punk was able to get his Instagram back, but if he hadn't have, he lost a lot of contacts and a lot of ways to get a hold of people and things like that. He had to make a second account, but he lost contact and message threads and no telling how much information. He had mentioned that he had lost his thread with Lenny, where he had had a little bit of back and forth, or what little bit he talked to Lenny or whatever. He had lost that. So that really messed Punk up, and he had to make a second account. We know this, those of us that do social media. So luckily Punk was able to get his account back, and now he runs both of them. But what was brought up here that I was going to talk about, and I'm trying to see who it was. Grievance. Who was it that brought up Legends? Yeah, it was Legends. There it was. So that happened earlier today. And they're talking about this right now, probably over on 3POA. He put in so many copyright strikes against Laser Pants that Instagram banned his account today. Now, I don't follow Laser Pants on there. I do follow 3POA. I don't watch everything that they do. I don't hate on them or anything. I watch their videos from time to time. They're just not my cup of tea. I don't mind them one bit. It's just I don't always watch them and follow them. But that's fucked up right there. And it's kind of like Laser Pants was saying in a video that sometimes he disagrees with Punk, and they don't always see eye to eye, but it's somebody else said it that night. The enemy of your enemy is your friend.
You hear me all right?
Welcome back. Yeah, you sound good.
Okay, sorry, man. This internet's changing in the month of June, and it's actually going to be on some fiber shit. So I can't wait till that shit happens, because I'm so tired of shit like that just happens. Sorry,
did you finally get the approval for that?
Yeah, they're shutting the service off either way. So it's either going to be Comcast or it's going to be fiber. So bottom line is that service is no longer available. Thank God. and it's going to be changing to high speed like a mug. One thing I want to say, and I'm sorry, I couldn't get my phone up quick enough to even hear what you were saying, is that just on the thing about as being a person, just as a person, is that a good way to conduct business? Is that a good way to go about being successful? You know, is that how you want to do things? You want to falsely flag people. You want to. You don't get the interviews, dude. You wonder why you don't get the interviews. You know what I'm saying? Like then you steal the info and then you claim it as your own. Is that how you really want to do your business and conduct yourself? And you're teaching your son this, and I guarantee the kid probably don't even know, but one day he's gonna find out. One day he's gonna find out. One day he's gonna be in chat.
He don't get the interviews because he don't talk to them, because he wants to ask the hard hitting questions they won't answer, and he's not going to kiss their ass.
So my God! Holy moly! Hard hit. What the hell? Hard hitting questions are we talking about, man? Like, everybody has to understand when these interviews are conducted, there is shit they can't talk about. They're bound by contract to not talk about things. There are NDAs. There are stuff. If someone like that who was in the media business should understand that kind of stuff. They can't divulge everything.
That's the thing, though. Like, that's all he wants to ask. He wants to meet. He don't care about something like what Punk did when he talked to Lenny. When he wants to know about Lenny, that dude don't care about that. He wants somebody. He wants them to throw him something so he could be the first, and that's all he cares about is the exclusivity of having some bit of information and being able to put it out. Probably like he found it out by, his confidential source or something. Right. He's not interested in anything other than what he knows he cannot ask them. So he plays it off like that, we're not gonna kiss their ass, and we don't want to kiss up to them, and we don't want to pat on the head, and we deliver with criticism and all this and that. And man, it's because they won't give him the time of fucking day, because they know who and what he is.
Well, 100%. And I'm going to tell you something, man. Like, what this comment tells you is it tells you everything that you need to know. It's all about him, and he doesn't even care about the sphere, right? He doesn't care about the fellowship. And you're right. He is always talking shit. Yeah, Loki said it. And Crimson Cobra Commander, you're right. He is. But and so it's this back and forth thing that goes on with that, because in the video that I watched where he was talking about the all the losers and over the hill or whatever it was, jealous people, and we don't ask people for channel memberships, and we don't. Man, you mean to tell me? Come on, man. Like, yeah, okay, you get paid by YouTube, whatever, and if you're well off, he may be very well off, man, but everyone that does YouTube knows that channel memberships and super chats and stuff like that it's part of it, man. And you know what? If people don't want to give it to you, it's a choice. See, he acts as if you're forcing someone to do that. You're telling someone to do that. No, it's an option. You don't have to. You don't have to spend any money. You don't have to spend a dime. You can enjoy someone's content. And a lot of times all they ask is that you subscribe. Well, doesn't he ask people to subscribe? You know? So
and share.
So share it, subscribe. You're going to ask people to do that shit. But then you have a problem with people who are like, hey, guys, here's some benefits for being a channel member. And I applaud people who stick to those things. If you're a channel member and you get extra content, or you get first dibs on this and that and whatever, if you have a chat that has 350 people in it, you think the host can sit there and read everybody's comments as they go by? So
even with moderators,
100%, even with moderators, and a super chat, which is something I mentioned last night. A super chat to me reminds me of going to sing karaoke. If you want to move up the order, if there's 25 singers and you just walked in the door, you want to move up and sing quicker, throw some money in that bucket. Throw some money in that bucket. You want your comment to be heard, put a little money on it. I'm not saying that you have to. I'm saying, however, that is the world. That's the world.
That's the way. And like you said, if you've got You got 350 people in the chat. Our chat, we got 15 people watching and probably not even that many chatting. And we, two of us, have a hard time trying to go through it sometimes and pick stuff out. You got 350 people. That chat is rolling like a damn one of those adding machines on Wall Street in the 80s. It is just going and going and going. And that super chat bumps it right to the top and makes it a different color. And you got them right there in order.
Yeah, man.
So you're gonna say them and talking about that shit, man. Get out of here.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying like it's not, people aren't forced to. And even, you know, I mean, the reality is, man, I watch channels.
I don't, Jay.
No, 100% not. And I understand feeling that way, but I also think that a lot of the channels that we watch, a lot of them have a chat that doesn't have so many people, right? Like Aaron's saying in his comment here too about the bottom, you know, is that you know, it is hard. It is hard. It's hard to keep up sometimes. You know, you get 15, 20 people, you know, and you're talking and you're trying to stay on topic in your head and whatever. You don't want to lose your train of thought. It can be difficult.
And it's even harder to read that when you can't ever find your fucking glasses, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
Did you ever find them? Ron? Did you ever find them glasses?
That's funny. That's really good. That's funny. But you know what I'm saying? Like, these are options, man, and they're available. You want to use them, but no one's forcing people to make channel memberships or buy channel memberships. And you know what also is actually fun? When you're in a chat and you're watching a video and all of a sudden you get that message that says Wraith Mace bought 5 channel memberships and you get one of them. That's fun, man. Whether you use it or not is up to you. But like, that's fun, man. Like that's a cool thing to have. And if you're enjoying the content, it gives you a little thing. You can use some emojis. It gives you a special color. That's fun, man. There's nothing wrong with that. And so, and also the support, because most toy tubers and most YouTubers, not all of them, but I'd say most of them, especially because most of them are all smaller channels, they take the money from the super chats and the memberships and they put it back into the channel.
Yep.
You know, it helps create content. And so, you know, and then, if you want to get to the, you know, where you're on the level of people that have millions of subs and you're making money from YouTube, you know, ads, and you're getting all this sponsorships and stuff like that, then great. But most people in this spectrum are not going to get to that point, you know.
No, I mean, you're going to have a few, but most people are completely fine with that. But yeah, I mean, that ain't going to happen for everybody. And most of us don't fucking care.
No, they don't. And so that's why this whole thing boils down to, again, being a bad actor, man. Like, there's a way to be a good person. There's a way to go about business and doing business. And it's like, if you don't want to play by them rules, that's fine. But it's something that I say, and I say it all the time. It happens at work all the time. It is the you know, Darwinism. It is you give someone enough rope. It is natural selection. Guys, there's going to come a time, man, where as the word gets out about what this person does, hell yeah, Aaron, dude, I need to hang out with you more often. Oh, I mean, for a first time. But anyway, so but as people go about, as we move on here, people are going to start figuring out, the word's going to spread. And you give somebody enough rope, man, they're going to do it, right? And so I think that's what's going to happen. It needs to be called out. It needs to be called out. It needs to be, you know, I'm not saying a crusade, but it needs to be called out when it happens and every time it happens. However, at the same token, I do believe this situation will resolve itself, because I think eventually you can have 20,000 subs. If nobody participates in what you do, it's going to die off. And when people realize it, they're going to see it.
Possibly Mav here makes a good comment. Heard from a YouTuber I watch, 95% of the money they earn goes back into the channel, and some of their other content they lose money. I think the only person in here that is monetized is ʻmā-nē-ə, and I'm sure he could give us some insight into that, because I know for a fact that whatever he gets or has gotten is going to go right back into the channel. He put every single cent of that back into the channel on Saturday buying them toys. So yeah, never ever ever you got to milk it and spend it on below and
Yeah.
hook.
Yeah.
So
Well,
we'll see them toys you bought. You know, you cashed that YouTube check and that bought them toys
yeah,
that
that big
picked
old
up on
check.
Saturday.
I do
I'm gonna
I
say,
do love this comment also from Jay Astro. Is that yeah? What are you going to do when this toy line ends? I mean, what
yeah,
literally? Okay, in 2 years you've grown that big. Okay, that's great, and it's
that's a
about a
good
line
point.
that's extremely popular. Well, what happens when this line fall? And it will happen. It's going to happen.
It's
This will not last
eventually.
forever. It is going to happen. So at the end of the day, then what? And then how do you pivot? We'll see. But that's a good
Yep.
comment. I
What
do.
you gonna do?
Yeah,
What
man.
you
And then
gonna
and
do when the
legend,
end of the line comes for
legend,
you?
legend be doing it right, man. Like
Yeah.
on the other channel, all the money goes back in the production business. That's what you do. You figure it out, you make it happen, you put that money in, and it's for your content.
Yep.
It's to keep creating and keep entertaining people. That's what we do. Even if we're entertaining ourselves and one person tunes in, it's like you're still
Yeah.
entertaining.
Yep. Yep.
I
For sure.
bartend for a living, dude. I entertain for hours straight. It's and when you're entertaining, there's something about you that enjoys entertaining.
Some of those are
You enjoy
badass,
it.
Jay Astro.
Uh,
Some of them are badass. I know a
I'm
girl that collects them.
I'm sure they are, but it is funny. So I gotta get it.
They ain't Joe's. So,
So
I want to wrap this up. If you got
yes,
closing thoughts, because I got one comment I want to end it with. So
I have said about everything I think I can say. People know my stance on it. I don't hate the dude. I don't know him, but I can play detective, and usually when you do that, you tend to come to the conclusion that is the consensus, right? It's
yeah.
it is what it is. And so yeah, man. I'll let you finish this out with what you'd like to say. If you want to go full screen, I'm good with that too.
No, I don't even really need to say anything. We know
Okay.
what the score is, and this is a comment that I've already highlighted once. The best thing yet is what Woody said right here. Like he said in his video today,
Yep.
karma is undefeated. It will come for that man. I am a big believer in karma and cosmos and all of that kind of stuff. That is my jam, and I 100% think that you are correct. And eventually, all these things culminating, everything Pop said, his son is going to lose interest, and I'm gonna be there now that I know that it's going on. His son is
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
lose interest and everything like that. He's not gonna be able to use him as a shield, and yes, it's gonna come crashing down, and it's gonna get him, and then we will get our ha ha, I told you so, when that happens. So
Yeah.
That's our kind of our stance on that. But I thought that was a cool experiment that you did, and noticed how quickly your comment got deleted because it was
Oh yeah.
negative and asking for sources.
For a source. It was
That's
negative and
it.
asking for a source. It got deleted like immediately.
Yep.
That's
There's your
interesting.
content you're talking about. I just want to see the original,
Yeah.
and it got deleted.
And last thing I'll say is that, it's too bad that this is happening. We're talking
Yeah.
about collecting fucking figures, dude. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, they're
Like, they're
fucking toys.
They're toys, man. Like, come on, dude.
Yep.
I want to be the
They
first
are.
to tell everybody about the brand new news that everybody else knows. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, great.
Yeah,
But
that's exactly it. But you heard it here firstly.
Jesus.
So,
Yeah.
so we're gonna get into our main topic.
Well,
but
hang on, man.
before-
Hang on. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you because I was hoping we would not move past something that happened recently.
Yeah, I was gonna talk a little bit about my Saturday. You guys have probably already heard about it.
Awesome. Yeah.
Got up and headed even further south down to Georgia and got to hang out with the toy enhancer for several hours. Stopped at Boosie's on the way down there and picked up this nice flat brim hat that's not going to be flat anymore tomorrow. And got down there and got to hang out with my boy, the toy enhancer, and we had a great time. Aaron is every bit as cool of a dude as he is on stream. He's even cooler. He's really funny. He's the same dude that you guys see on live streams. It's an absolute blast to hang out with him. And not only did I get to see him and hang out with him, I got to hang out with the Baroness for a few minutes. I got to meet, I think, most of Aaron's kids. There were a bunch of them running around there. I think I saw 4. Of course, we got to hang out a little bit with Charlie, and of course, his daughter went with us when we went on our toy hunt and was his videographer. That's how we got all of the cool ass shots from behind where we were
that was
walking
great.
up.
Yeah, that was great.
That was all his daughter. And when I saw what Aaron did with that footage, man, after she did a great job. Yeah, well, that's just for us. That's in the other reel that we're gonna put out. So she did a great job doing the filming, and I don't know, I ain't say a whole lot about what all happened and kind of led to that, but Missy and the other kids had things to do and they left, and she stayed, and we knew we were going toy hunting, and Aaron was like, "Hey, you want to make some money?" And of course, she's a teenage girl, so she's like, "Doing what?" He's like, "You want to come be our camera girl? We need a camera girl."
Great.
So she said yes, and I'm glad she did. So if you noticed, in we should have done that. Oh my God, we should have done that. Oh, there's always Joe Fest.
There's some really good comments in here, man. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
Highlight them, because I'm trying to talk. I want to
Yeah,
see
you
them
just
all.
keep on, man. Keep on.
But we so we kind of knew we were going to do that, and if you noticed in his video, when we go to Target, he's doing his filming. Everywhere else, she's doing his footage. And the reason why was because when we got to Target, he said, "Give me the phone." And she gave him the phone back. And he's like, "All right, he's like, I'm going to text you in this many minutes." He's like, "Come meet us, or we'll meet you up front, whatever. We're going to text you in this many minutes. Be there." She said, "Okay." As we were walking up, we walked into Target, and she didn't skip a beat. She walked by and grabbed a basket. And we went one way and she went the other. And
yeah, man.
Well, met back up with us over at the I think we were looking at the NECA stuff, and she walked back by, and then we lost her again, and she went and added some more stuff to the basket. And that was really funny. I'm glad he had that idea to have her go.
Yeah,
and
it came out really good too. Like it really did, because y'all both had two different. You had more of the first person, right? And then he
Yeah.
had some of the third person footage right there. And so both of y'all's videos combined together really made that a fun watch. And obviously it looked like y'all had a great time. And I'll be honest with you, just in that video, just watching that video, and I've watched several of his videos, right? But in that video, man, that's a good old boy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's a good old boy. You can tell that's a good old boy. That's all there's to it. He's a good dude. He's a good dude.
Yeah, and we probably already have them by default, because I'm sure Aaron has a Cobra symbol somewhere on his body by now at this point, and I do too. So we probably have one by default as it is. but yeah, it was yeah, it really it is gonna, and now we have Crusty Old Crow is confirmed to be going to Joe Fest.
Oh
If
shit!
nobody's
What?
heard that news yet, he
Oh hell!
confirmed that
All
I believe yesterday on his
right.
channel. So Eric's got one.
It's a tramp stamp.
Uh,
A Cobra tramp stamp.
is that where yours is, or are you suggesting that's where to get one?
A Cobra tramp stamp. Man, I'll tell you what, back in the day, if I'd have come across a girl who had a Cobra tramp stamp, I might have married her. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, yeah,
I ain't gonna lie.
probably. I might now. I don't even know.
Man, I gotta get
I
a little
find that.
GoPro, man, to take on that trip so I can record it, because I'm gonna record the crap out of it. Not
Yeah,
the
that
stuff that nobody wants seen and whatever, but just
yeah,
walking around the floor, outside smoking a cigarette, cutting up,
yeah,
joking around. But I'm obviously not going to capture the whatever. But yeah, that's gonna be a good time, man. That's
yeah.
gonna be
So
fun.
we're
I
all
can't wait to
we're all
laugh a
looking
whole
forward to it.
bunch.
Are you serious? You've got one on your truck, but not on your body. Wow.
I'll be damned. I
I'm
am
pretty sure
shocked
you don't. I'm
seeing
pretty
that
sure you.
avatar.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't. You don't have room where mine is. Mine's right up there at the top. I need to have it. I really wanted to have these recolored before Joe
Yeah,
Fest, but
yeah.
if I do, they ain't gonna be healed. I don't
Had too
think
many
by then.
toys to buy, man.
Yeah.
There's too many toys to
What
buy.
whatever are you talking about?
Yeah.
So yeah,
Oh man.
we're all getting hyped for that. And actually, the something else I realized, my Power of the Force video is next Tuesday, the 21st, and that is 1 month away
No
from the
shit.
first day
Hey,
of Joe
actually, and
Fest.
when does it premiere? What time?
They're all supposed to be at 8 Central, so
Okay, that's
7 our
great.
time.
Well,
That
that
yours
because
should be at 8
yeah,
uh
well, I'm not.
7 Central, I'm sorry, 8 Eastern.
It's not that I'm so worried about. I'm not so worried about the premiere time as far as overall, as much as that. Because next Tuesday I'm gonna start the stream with Matthew, and I was like, oh crap, I hope it's not premiering at like
Oh yeah.
9 p.m. when we like start firing it up. Because if we did, I'd probably put it on first and we'd just watch it in real time. That's probably
Yeah.
what I do. I
Oh,
don't care about that.
100%
Yeah,
triple
I'm
C.
gonna I'm gonna get a GoPro and strap it to my chest,
Yeah, I gotta
or
get it.
some other way to have it mounted so it gets a good shot,
Yeah.
or whatever, whether it's on my shoulder or whether it's on my hat. I don't know. I'll
I
figure it
want
out.
one. I want one for my shoulder, and I can get a little. I can go to Hobby Lobby and get like a little bird head, and I can call it Polly.
and while you're videoing people, while you're videoing people too, if you want to just do your own effects, you can be like, I'm just gonna move my shoulder like this. Yeah, hey.
I think I've got a chest mount thing for mine. I'll
Whoa.
give you an idea of what to get.
All right, cool.
Because the one that I've got, I mean that my footage that I used wasn't no iPhone, but
Yeah.
that was a $60 knockoff GoPro that's
Yeah.
been
It's
80 feet under the Caribbean. So
and you know what? It looked fantastic. That
yeah,
video feed that it picked up looked great. So
I
hey,
thought the mic worked pretty good for what it was.
man,
So it
look,
had a little
dude,
scratching in it. But
I'll tell you right now, that actually looked really good, and I was curious about that. So hey, guys, you can spend $500 on a GoPro 780 whatever the hell GC or whatever it is, or you can buy one for 3/4 of the less of the price and
yeah,
still come out with for YouTube videos, come out with a decent camera, and that's
this
all you really want.
this right here, we will be live at Joe Fest Triple C.
Oh yeah.
Everybody's going to be doing short lives, and I tell you what, what I really hope is I hope a bunch of people can get some good group shots of
Yeah.
different all the people, different groups of people for our not only for our our own pages, but like I'm making a scrapbook. I'm gonna try to get all of the channels to write their channel name and sign it. And I don't want people's autograph. This is for me because I want to make a scrapbook out of my experience, because I don't know this is something I can do every year. So I want all of the memorabilia from it that I can get. So
Yeah.
I think we're going to that's what I'm really hoping, is we can get a whole bunch of different pictures of people, so we can pop them up and then put who they are on them, and just a bunch of group shots, make it look like the cover of G.I. Joe, the IDW 300. And I just got a message here, a breaking message that somebody, I guess, was watching. This is a behind the scenes photo that somebody got of Swiper Island actually ripping off somebody else's content
in real time.
Yeah, so
this is breaking news. Oh my god!
News.
All right, we got to see this. This is breaking news.
So that's that's him right there on his
holy shit
on his island. You can see there that he's running around, and I think underneath that little hat there is probably some microfilm, like at the end of the rock that was stashing in a church pew.
No, actually, under that hat is 20,000 subscribers.
Oh shit! I bet it is. I bet there's 20,000 people under
and
there.
They're all Minnesota Twins fans. Unbelievable! That's more people than they get at their baseball games.
And they're all under there watching that dude steal somebody's shit. So if you were on Pop Blender's stream last night, you also got to see that. So he sent me that. I've had it sitting here looking at me. I'm like, oh, I forgot. So I had to say that.
Mercy, man.
That was badass. So we're gonna actually get to the topic here.
Yeah, right.
28 minutes later than what I intended to.
It's all good, man.
So I don't have to do. I ain't got nothing to do tomorrow other than
nothing.
Go and get probed. You guys remember a few weeks ago I ranted about healthcare and that doctor's appointment that got moved. Well, it's gotten moved to tomorrow, so I get to go have a physical. So only water for me tonight. I hope that Arby's flushes out.
Oh crap! I don't. Right.
I don't even know what they do in a physical anymore. It's been so long since I've had one. I'm really, really hoping for no butt stuff, but the way I understand it is once in a while you just gotta.
Well, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you, I've had 2 physicals the last 2 Decembers, and I can tell you that actually there was none. Not at all. I will tell you that they will do blood work, and they will send you for imaging, and it will take some time. It'll be a few hours waiting most of the time, but yeah, some blood work and some imaging, get an idea of your lungs, and your heart maybe, but mainly, they go off of kind of what you give them, right? And they say, okay, and this is his age, this is what we kind of expect. But yeah, and that's really about it. So just to be completely 100% honest, if you've never had a colonoscopy, they will probably schedule you one this visit, and you will have to go to a separate place to have it done.
Never had an unofficial one.
Well, then and hey, listen, I had somebody, I told this girl one time, I said, I can go to about the first knuckle, girl, and that's as far as I can go. You know what I'm saying? I said, after that, shit starts getting real weird. But anyway, so they will schedule you for one, I'm sure, at your age now. they will schedule you for a colonoscopy, and you'll have to set that, or they'll set it up and they'll give you the date, or you'll have to set it up. They'll give you the materials, and you will probably have that appointment. And it's a good appointment to have. It honestly is. As a matter of fact, I'll be honest with you, the preparation for it was really no big deal. It was super easy, barely an inconvenience. And they knock you out. And you wake up and they're handing you a Coca-Cola and some freaking those little
have a Coke and a smile.
What's some little fishy chips? The fish chips, the little fish crackers, the what's
goldfish?
Goldfish. They hand you a package of goldfish and some Coca-Cola when you wake up, and you're kind of goofy for a second, and they're like, "Here, you need to eat," and then you're farting. And you're just farting. You're like, I gotta go to the bathroom.
Fart noise.
And they'll put you in a I know, right? They'll put you in a wheelchair and they'll roll you to the bathroom, and you go in there and you're like, man, I gotta use the bathroom. And then the nurse is outside the whole time, and you're like, it's like, but it's because you have a bunch of gas shot up into your body. So you have to get it out.
That's what I'm gonna take the GoPro for.
Listen, I'm just telling you, man, like it's you gotta have it. You gotta have it. And it's worth it to do, because man, if they catch it early, it is such a big deal. So it's about that time, man. You're at that age.
Yeah, I'm expecting it. We'll see. But if you remember on my rant, the best part about this whole thing is I'm going to I am going to go and see my doctor for the last time before he goes to a subscription-based doctor service. So who the fuck is going to tell me what's wrong with me?
Well, so here's the deal, right? Like, I lost my doctor. The last physical I had, I went to him in December, and he said, well, I got some good news and I got some bad news. Good news is that you're well, no, actually there wasn't really any good news. It was like, the good news is I've accepted a head chief medical officer position at a hospital. I know, I saw that's hilarious. Yeah, my son has a good sense of humor. He's just like his daddy. So
I can definitely do that, grievance.
So yeah, man.
DHL.
Nah, don't even fuck with that, man. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it don't work, but your best bet is go to the doctor, have the appointment. But my point is that when I went to the physical, and he said, I got some good news, bad news. Good news is I've accepted a chief medical officer position, and the bad news is I have to leave all my patients behind. And I thought, man, are you really upset about the bad news? Because really, you about to make a lot more money. You about to be, you got a title. I'm like, corner office. I hate to leave my patients behind.
Probably comes with a standing 7:00 tea time at the
come on, man. Now the funny thing is that the doctor that they told me I was going to be seeing, about 2 weeks later, they told me she was leaving too. So then I didn't have a doctor. My mother didn't have a doctor. We went to the same one. She didn't have one either. And then finally they set us up with a new guy. So you will probably get someone. You're not going to do concierge treatment. I know you're not going to pay $2,000 a year to go see the same guy.
You got me fucked up. I mean,
you already know,
for $2,000 a year.
All right, then. So with that being said, let's get to our topic at hand, shall you? We're a couple hours in, and I'm sure everybody that's here is probably like, man, these guys gonna talk about some G.I. Joe, or are they just gonna talk about life? If y'all love hearing us talk about life, put what do you say? Type Y in the chat. type Y in the chat if y'all actually do enjoy just hearing us talk about life and bullshitting back and forth. Type Y in the chat. And if you don't, put an F in the chat. And you just want to hear about G.I. Joe.
So this is
anybody listening, put Y in the chat.
And also ASL also put that in there. And now back to 80s radio with Soundwave. Megatron, you gotta put my ass probe tomorrow.
Megatron, stop touching my butthole.
Coronation Starscream, this is bad comedy. We're going to see that Saturday. It's in the theater this weekend. So
Man, grievance. I used to date a chick that said that.
yeah. It turns out it was a dude.
And it turned out he had an Adam's apple. All right. So anyway.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Toy Enhancer.
Oh
Sound
my
wave
God.
courtesy of Toy Enhancer. Sound effects courtesy of DownSouth.
Holy shit.
So our topic is classic G.I. Joe media mania. And if you read my description of Mania, I thought I wrote it down, but it's in the description. So it is a fervor for something that you
bad comedy indeed.
This is it's a fervor, something that makes you giddy, kind of makes you crazy, and that's what G.I. Joe does to us, especially the old school G.I. Joe that we all grew up with.
Right.
And both Pop Blender and I have great love for the original comic and the original cartoon. That was the lore. Now, they started around the same time, and of course they took different paths, that divergent paths, but they crossed every time they needed to sell some new toys. You got new characters in the cartoon every time there was a new wave of or in the comic, every time there was a new wave of figures. The comic was there to propel older fans into staying with it, and the cartoon was there to sell toys. And some people like one lore, some people like other lore. There's some people that we know that did not like the cartoon, and that's fine. All of their love comes from the comic, and there's no wrong way to love G.I. Joe. But for Pop Blender and I, we both love the comic and the cartoon. We had a lot of good times, as you guys have seen from the cartoons. We've got our own little skits and our own little inside shit that he's shown a time or two from the cartoon. No, we do not love that. We do not talk about that.
No, we don't.
We are talking about Sunbow. The Dick cartoon will only be discussed here as a reference for something that was bad.
This shit was terrible.
No,
oh my God.
No, anybody that likes it, if you come along, he already, son knows.
Oh, my son.
So anybody that likes the Dick cartoon, I'm not bagging it. I'm not going to bag on them, because maybe that's the G.I. Joe they grew up with, and that's fine. It was just a little after our time, and the gap between G.I. Joe the movie and when Dick started up was about 2 years.
Yep.
And we had gotten older. I was still kind of collecting some of the figures. He really wasn't when it come out. But they changed the time that it come on, and my school schedule did not coincide with being able to see it. So I actually, just like right here what Loki says, I did not see the entire Dick series until last year. It's on YouTube, and I sat down and I watched it, and it took me a lot of tries, and it took me a couple of narcotics and some beers, but I got through it, and I did not like it. So if you do, no knock against you whatsoever. It's just not our thing. And to me, my classic media, even though it is, does not include the Dick series. And we're also not talking about the IDW run. We're strictly talking about Marvel and Sunbow here. Yes, very much. One of the later ones, because the earlier few were pretty good. So if you like the Dick cartoon, we might talk about it one day, but for the purposes of this, we're talking about Sunbow and Marvel.
Yeah. I mean, that's the realization is that what everybody watched is that, right? Like, let's not kid ourselves. I mean, you know, and if you came into G.I. Joe, it's like people that came into G.I. Joe in 1992. 91. Not like I ain't gonna hate on nobody for that. It's just, you and I live in a different era. Even though we're not that far apart age-wise, that you're far enough in those formative years that we live in a different era. And G.I. Joe to me in the 80s was during the Cold War, and it was during camouflage, and it was during, like, you know, the the guns, the helicopters, and you just all that stuff. So same thing with the Deke series. It is like that too. Like that.
That's one of the things that makes the property so great is you can have people that like one part and not another. Some people hate Cobra Law. I don't like Tiger Force.
Yeah.
Some people don't like the Dreadnoks, believe it or not. They're out there. I've seen them. But that's what makes the property overall so great is that you can like certain segments, but you're still a fan of the IP. And even though we might poke fun and take jabs back and forth, you still love G.I. Joe, and that's what we want. It don't matter. There's a lot of those later figures I want to see come to Classified. And there's some of them are figures I did not even have when I was a kid, but I think they'll make great Classified figures. Cesspool.
You're right. You're right. It's like that. You see ones and you can see the possibilities. Right. You see the possibilities.
So we're about to get that with Night Creeper. Oh, and that reminds me, folks, I did call that what did I say? I said the 3rd week of May, we start getting some of these figures, Night Creeper and Jinx or Torch, I think. But I know Night Creeper is still slated on Amazon for a May 31st release. So if that comes through, I might not miss it by, or I might miss it by a little bit. But if that actually happens, at least, what did I say? Some of those figures I bet we get at the end of the May. So that might actually happen. There's only 2 that are scheduled for May 31st on Amazon. I know one of them's Night Creeper. So I might actually be right about that. So let's hope that happens so I can say, ha ha. No, not really, but I mean, I'm trying to predict the patterns, and trying to predict the patterns of Hasbro releasing shit is like trying to count seashells coming in on a wave.
Yeah, sure.
So what we've got here is, and you guys can put it in the comments. We're going to try and keep up with it. We're going to go back and forth. And if you're watching the replay, put it in the comments and we will try to address it. What I have tasked us with doing is picking our 3 favorite Marvel comics and our 3 favorite Sunbow cartoon episodes, and also picking 3 honorable mentions with each one of those. This was not easy for me, and that's kind of why I put my my line is, now see, there's 2 sides to every Schwartz. Obviously Spaceballs, but hey, maybe Power Force. He had a harder time picking out episode or comics, and I had a harder time picking out cartoons.
And that's interesting because we both watched the cartoons like crazy, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he makes a good point. That's what I said. That's the first figure that's what made me think of that, is that's one of the first him and Naugahyde. That's some of the Dick series cartoons.
It is.
That were in there. So we're gonna do comics first. And if you want to start, if you've got yours pulled up and ready.
I do. Let me pull up my where is
your Shizair screen?
Yeah, my notepad actually is what I really need.
For make sure we give proper credit, because that's what you're supposed to do when you can. For the comics, we're going to be looking at the old yojo.com website, because it is still up and active and great. It's just not updated. It was bought by a company that buys sites that are kind of inactive, and they keep them live, and they just keep them up for the ad revenue that they put new ads on. But yojo.com is still an excellent source for certain things. Of course, those 3D Joes, that's for your figures. So we'll be looking at at yojo.com for comics, and Pop Blender found a fantastic site that we're going to be referencing for the cartoons, and that is joeguide.com. It's the most comprehensive site for the Sunbow cartoon that I think I've seen yet.
Yeah, man. All right. So let's see. Pull this bad boy on.
Crow, we're not talking about X-Men. Was G.I. Joe in X-Men? I don't remember that one. I probably would have read that one.
There was no crossover that I'm aware of. All right, so we're going comics first, right?
Yup.
Right? Comics first. All right. So the first comic I brought up. Now these, I guess it was hard for me to put them in order. Okay. So
yeah, ordering was hard.
Right. So let me do this. Let's see if I can do this. I was trying to figure out a way that I could put me on screen and then put the comic next to it, but I don't know if I have that ability to do it. But anyway, all right. So we'll have both of us here. And this is fine. Somebody's in full screen. They can read. All right. So one of the ones that I remember as a young child was the October Guard. It was the October Guard, and G.I. Joe. It's I remember this cover, and at that time in the early 80s, you're talking about Cold War, you're talking about the Soviet Union and American forces. And if you look at this cover, you look at Stalker, he's in the classic camo, he's got the beret, and I know you're about to pull it out. I don't have it. You're about to pull it out. I have a couple of the ones that I do have still, but anyway,
I thought it was right here at my feet, but it's back there somewhere.
That's cool. So I remember this cover as a young kid, man. I remember this cover, and of course at that time, you know, everything you were watching, all the Rambo movies and shit like that, whatever it was, right? Commando, whatever, or all the Chuck Norris or whatever. It's always communism, right? It was always the communists or the terrorists or whatever it was, and you look at this cover, and it's like, okay, you know, that is Stalker, you know, in a classic. That is a Russian outfit, as true as can be. And you look at them on a hill, and they're fighting off Cobra forces, right? Together.
And
right?
This was issue 7, so this would have been in 82
early.
or 3.
Yeah, definitely. As a matter of fact, if I could, you know, well, you can look at it. It'll actually, what's great about this website, January of 1983. It'll tell you everything you need to know about it. These are, and Eric Thurman, I actually had a beret as a kid, and we used to play war and army all the time. I used to love wearing that beret. Love wearing berets back then. And Krusty
Raspberry berets or the raspberry berets?
Mine was actually, I might have had a raspberry one. No, it was more like, actually, it might have been raspberry. Anyway,
you wore it in through the outdoor.
I did come in through the outdoor a couple times. Yes, and I would listen to the rain under a barn roof. Anyway, so issue number 7, October Guard, G.I. Joe having to fight together, fight off Cobra. The thing of it is that they're both actually trying to go after the same thing, and then they have to kind of, you know, work together towards the end. You know, this website is just so awesome because it just gives you a comprehensive breakdown. It gives you, you know, the covers and everything. But nonetheless, you know, looking at these names too, this is what was so awesome. You know, Colonel Brekhoff, Horror Show, Diana, Stormovic, Shraj, you know, like it's I loved the October Guard. And there's a lot of people just like me and you who did, and we want those figures, and it's like, can't have them, we can't make them. That figures.
October Guard.
That October Guard.
Not
the
Big Bear and Red
Star. Right. So anyway, so that's my first one. Like I said, no particular order. I just remember this cover as a kid, and I remember thinking it was so awesome because it's like American forces and Soviet forces working together. You got the AK-47, the M16, you know, and they're both just blasting away. And I used to love drawing, and so I, you know, would draw guns like this. I would draw the blast effects, right, or the muzzle fire, muzzle flash like this. I just loved it.
He was a hell of an artist back then. our age, you were
Yeah,
probably
no,
jealous
I
'cause you could always draw so well.
man, and one day on a stream, I'll bring those pictures out, or I'll scan them, take a picture of it, and I'll show them on here. And some of it's pretty good stuff, pretty good stuff. So that was the first one I had that I really enjoyed. And then let me stop sharing that, and then I'm gonna look up my next one, and I'll tell you that one too. All right. So, boom, boom, boom. Okay.
We both had that on birthday cakes too. That cover.
We
Didn't
did
you
have
had that one
yes,
too?
100% we had that cover. Um, all right, so Krusty I think Crow just showed this one. I think for a lot of GI Joe fans, this is definitely going to be one of them ones that everybody absolutely 100% loved, and
I
that's
think
going
this
to
might
be.
possibly have been one of your backgrounds.
It was one of my backgrounds. The last stream we did a month ago. Issue 21, Silent Interlude. Who cannot, I mean, who can forget this one? You can't. This was a silent issue. It was the most unusual G.I. Joe story ever. And I used to draw the pictures out of this book. I used to either trace it, I used to draw it. This comic book in mint condition goes for $100 easy.
Yeah.
And if it's a first print, I don't know. But
It depends on the condition.
Yep.
I've got this book. I did not have this when we were kids. You had this
Yeah.
issue. I did.
Yep.
I never owned this issue until last year, and the local comic shop that I liked that closed, or they went to online only sales. One Saturday, I woke up and they had posted. They just took in a collection. They had that issue posted for $45.
Yeah.
And it was a first print, which they did not advertise.
Awesome.
And I called, I asked them if it was still there. They said, yeah. I said, I'm coming to get it. I got over there and I had some store credit and I bought a couple other things. I said, will you guys take 40 for it? And he said, yes. I said, it's first print. He said, yes. Will you take 40? He said, yes. I bought it and I was very happy to have that in my collection. Finally, that was one of the only 3 books I've ever sent to CGC to have graded. It come back a 7, which is not a great grade,
Right.
but for a comic that is that old, I was very ecstatic to have picked it up at that price and then had it graded. So one of the key issues, absolutely good choice.
Yeah, and again, whether or not that crosses over doesn't really matter. I remember tracing this. I remember sketching this.
Yep.
That
is the reprint, Crow. Just sorry to interrupt you.
And
this is on
look,
the site.
If you actually go down, it'll show you like the different print versions. Like you can look and you'll see like the color color changes between them. Like this is a very comprehensive website. It actually is really cool. If you just look, and I don't know, I know we're not in like full screen per se, but maybe that helps a little bit for some people. If you look at this, like, you can see the color changing. Like you can see it change between Canadian, third print, second print, newsstand, direct market. You can see the insert pages, jeweler pages, and shit like that. I mean, dude, like this is a wonderful, wonderful, comprehensive website. It's yojo.com/comics. It's freaking awesome. So anyway, so that's that one. I like I said, I didn't have a particular order of them because it was so hard and trying to figure out, okay, which one means the most to me? What about it? And that was really difficult. The next one for me is here we go. I love it, man. I just love this stuff. And I have it here. I don't know if it'll come up because I am using a
green screen's blocking it.
Yeah, my green screen's blocking
it.
Issue 26. Issue 26. The Strangest Secret of All. This is original. It's the original comic that I bought when I was a kid. This is not a rebuy or anything. Um, this is the story of the Long Range Recon Patrol. And it's how Snake Eyes got disfigured. It's got Stalker. It's got Storm Shadow. So Tommy's in there, right? And this issue, when I was a kid, you have to understand, Vietnam movies like Platoon were, even not big ones, but just really good ones. And I'm gonna share this screen right here. Were all the rage at that time, and this story being a Vietnam story, to an extent, I absolutely loved it. You get the picture here on the cover with the friends, right? You have the like the medal and family wiped out in flaming wreck, which we come to learn later in the comics, right? Like you learn all this stuff. It's I just thought it was awesome. Issue 26. I know it's super early in the line, but they're still really developing these characters, right? Really giving them a backstory, giving them, some
Larry Hama,
meat,
man. We
meat and
owe all of it
potatoes.
to Larry Hama.
Right. And Crimson Cobra Commander. So in the comic, they are getting in the helicopter, right? And it gets shot at. I'll try to find it in here if I can find it. And let's see, where is it? Where's that? I'll see if I can find the page and I'll show it to you. And if it's in the actual next comic, I actually have that with me too. But also in this issue, you get the Hardmaster, you get Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow, you get the Arashikage, you get history on that. And it's a wonderful, wonderful issue. Yes, nailing it, referring to the Vietnam fascination, because at that time in the 80s, Vietnam was still very fresh. And so filmmakers and television, producers and stuff were wanting to use that as content. All right, so here you go. I'm gonna pull I'm gonna stop sharing this. By the way, this was August of 1984. It's I do have a kind of a neat thing to tell you about as far as one of the issues of the cartoon coming up. I can't wait to tell you that. But I'm going to show you this real quick. I'll put me in full screen here for just a sec. Maybe not. Yeah, I think I can't do it. And I don't know if you can, but no, not so much. Well, tell you what. I was trying to put me in full screen, but actually, since my internet died out, I can't put me in full screen. But I was going to show this page of the comic, if you can see it. This part right here, let me back it up, is where Snake Eyes. Let's see. I'll fold it up. This is where Snake Eyes' face gets disfigured, right here. And
aviation gas.
That's right. Him. Yep. And he gets disfigured. And then you understand why he doesn't speak, right? Then you understand why he doesn't talk, and you don't ever get to see his face. He's got the mask the whole time, and if they ever do show you his face, it's in shadowing, right?
Yeah.
And so yeah, I love that. And as a kid, I thought you brought so much character and so much, to that character. And of course, look, I joke about the fact G.I. Joe is not just Snake Eyes, and I guess for newbies and normies and whatever you want to call it. Okay, I get it. I get it why they make every freaking movie a ninja movie. But ultimately, at the end of the day, G.I. Joe is about so much more, right? So much more than the Snake Eyes. And so I wanted to maybe just share, I didn't want to. I could have gone 6, all day, and there is a couple more, and I'm not going to spend too much time on them, but I'll just mention them really quickly. One of my absolute favorites that I just absolutely Loved. I had it as birthday
Hey,
cake.
go ahead and take a second real quick because I
Yeah.
need to reboot my computer for whatever reason. I'm having an issue switching back and forth between tabs, so I will be right back.
Okay. All right. Well, let me go ahead and kind of. I'll keep going. I know that he knows all about these issues, so I don't want to sit here and, that way by the time I get done, he can jump back in. So I'm gonna present to you issue number 43. Issue number 43. Let's see. Well, unfortunately, I wish I could make it myself, but I can't. So, issue number 43 right here. There we go. I had this on my birthday cake. I thought it was freaking awesome. We let's see. That's pretty cool, actually. And Woody, it's funny. The Unmasked, I love that issue too. I absolutely 100% love that issue too. Crow, real quick too. I'll just go back to some of these comments and try to hit them. I know we weren't really hitting them that great, and I apologize for that. Marvel launched the NAM around the same time as G.I. Joe getting grittier. Yes, yeah, that was around the same time. Yes, Vietnam fascination in the 80s, especially the war had ended, so to speak, and I will actually come on here real quick and say ended. But when we started getting our Rambos and stuff like that, and POWs and the focus on, prisoners of war and stuff like that, and that's pretty funny too. But anyway, so this was on my birthday cake, issue number 43. This is also, we get Wade Collins confront Stalker and Snake Eyes about leaving him behind in Vietnam. And so, this was another issue that I really enjoyed. Of course, I love the cover. I mean, come on. Like, who would not love this cover? This is ridiculous. And so I really enjoyed this issue. This is January of 1986. So we've jumped from 84 to 86, right? An issue a month. The series is still going strong. The cartoon is still going strong. This is before the movie. If you weren't into this at that time, man, then I don't know what the hell you was into. Even if you was into He-Man, Transformers, I don't know how you couldn't have been into G.I. Joe at that time. I just really don't. Nonetheless, so this one definitely, there he is. You got your mic up going.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. So I was
I
just
don't know
showing
what's going on.
Well, we'll talk about it, and hopefully maybe figure it out. Hopefully it ain't nothing, big deal. It happens. Hell, obviously I had an issue earlier. So you remember this one, right? Car accident with Candy and Billy. Softmaster steps in to help. Scrap Iron fires a missile at him. Softmaster sacrifices himself, right? Candy gets killed. Billy gets killed. Maybe. So this was 43. I love this one. I had this on my birthday cake. I believe you did too. Right? Yeah. And this is one of my favorites. I had I don't know where my issue, it's gone now, but I had this one for sure. I had them all, but nonetheless, I love this cover.
This was one of the three that I sent to be graded.
And with good reason, right? Because it's freaking awesome. That's why. All right, so I'll give you my last one. I didn't do 6, and I just kind of want to go through them quickly because I know we rolling with it here. But the last one, and it's funny because somebody just mentioned this issue right here, and this issue is Booyah! Unmasking.
Yeah, that's a good one.
This is where Cobra Commander, right? Woody's the one that mentioned this. Unmaskings is the one where Cobra Commander gives his real ID to a police officer.
Still got his real license in his pocket.
Real license. And the police officer recognizes the last name.
And does this.
Yep.
Snaps his fingers.
That's right.
Something about that last name.
Something about that last name.
There was a car wreck.
There's a car wreck. That's right. And then he talks about losing a leg, losing an eye. Billy's alive, and he recognizes obviously who this is. And also too, let's not kid ourselves, because as this is, because Snake Eyes gets captured in this, right?
Yeah, his mask coming off.
Yeah.
Mindbender pulling it off.
Yes, Mindbender. That's right. So here's the deal. You see all these three guys. They have masks. You don't know nothing about them, and then we get what we get in this comic, and I loved it. And of course, you and I both remember Cobra Commander. He's got the ponytail and the sunglasses, right?
And I love that face,
right? And back then, man, that was a big deal. That was a big freaking deal. It was awesome, and
never been revealed. Crimson.
Never been revealed. He mentions it. Oh, okay. Driver's license, real name on it. The officer recognizes the unusual last name and seeing a familiarity with his face, puts it together who he is. And then, but never revealed. And then this is what I loved. And this is the last thing I want to mention before I want you to do your comics, before we move on to the cartoons. Destro and Cobra Commander visit Billy in the hospital room. Cobra Commander feels terrible for being a bad father and pledges to stand by him, love him, and hopes for his forgiveness. Destro leaves Cobra Commander with this comment: "You can't change the past. Let it go. Do something about the future." And I'm going to tell you something, man. My mom and dad got divorced when I was like 9 years old. And there's something about stuff like that like maybe I gravitated towards it. Maybe this is what I wanted out of my dad. But it's like, this is Cobra Commander, right? Like, we watch the cartoons, we read the comics. This dude's an evil dude. He's kind of a bungling idiot sometimes, right? But then when you're reading the comics, you realize the comics were a little more adult. They were a little more
edgy.
Real. A little edgy, but real. They were real. Yes, they had the elements, but as far as story wise, they weren't super goofy and all that stuff. It is what it is. I mean, it's fine. But I remember this scene with him in the hospital room, and I remember being at your house. I remember being at your house, winning tickets from the radio to go to a fucking movie and having this comic book. I remember that, dude. And I remember reading this comic book in your bedroom, listening to the radio, and we called up the radio station and we won tickets to like Ferris Bueller's Day Off or some shit like that. I don't remember. It's like 1986. It's like 1986. Yep. So who knows? Secret of My Success. I don't know. But bottom line is, I love it. You can't change the past. Let it go. Do something about the future. I remember that, and so I love this comic for that. And so those are kind of four, I think, maybe, that I shared, 4 or 5, whatever, that I really enjoyed. And so I will let you get it on with what you got.
Did you want your dad to be more active, or did you want him to try to take over the world?
Right? I'd rather have been more active, and also when he took us to a movie, not fucking fall asleep and snore during the previews and sleep through the whole fucking movie. But that's a whole different ballgame.
Oh, that's great.
Or just sleep when it was my whole weekend over there. Just sleep. So don't work.
I had to toss that in there. So
yeah, all right, good.
So I'm going to share mine, and now mine are in order. I did man.
Yeah, Jennifer Connelly, fire. Watch the movie. What's the one with Jared Leto, right? Young Jared Leto.
Oh, son.
You know what I'm talking about. Somebody will come up. Requiem for a Dream. Holy moly, Requiem.
Since this is my stream, I ain't gonna I ain't gonna say it. I was gonna type it, but now it's not letting me type. I don't know what's going on with my
What
little.
the hell is going on?
I'm having all kind of issues here with bouncing back and
StreamYard?
forth between stuff. Yeah, I guess it's StreamYard. Well, I was gonna type, but it's not letting me type. But maybe I can do everything else. I was gonna type the line and not say it. I said it in Punk Stream.
Yeah,
That's what he said. He was like, I'm not gonna say it, but
I already knew what line it is.
Yeah, yes,
CC
sir.
more ruthless in the comic. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't
Yeah.
as much of a bungling idiot. So, but yeah, I know the
no,
line.
oh, there we go. I figured out what the problem was. So, Google that on your own time if you'd like to, but don't do it at work. Don't do it at work if you don't know that.
No, don't do it at work. But she is. Oh my god,
fire!
Anyway, yeah. So
back to GI Joe.
Yeah, fire it
now,
up, man.
Back to GI Joe. All right, so my number one favorite issue is that one right there. You just talked about it. This is my absolute favorite cover in GI Joe, hands down. I think it is the best, absolute best cover. Some people may not agree with that, but I absolutely love this cover. I have since I was a kid. I did have this on a birthday cake. And Baskin Robbins back in the day, for not having those screen print edible transfers like they do these days, them people had some skills. They were equivalent of what the baristas at your favorite hipster coffee shop are with latte art. Baskin Robbins cake makers in the 80s did that shit by looking at a comic book
100%.
If you've seen the one the picture that I posted, Punk used it for my thumbnail when I was on with him, of the Stalker, the issue 7 that you showed. I also got this one, and I've got issue 48 with Zartan and Rakondo. I had those all done as birthday cake covers. But anyway, this is my favorite issue of the comic. And right here, this is the first appearance of Scrap Iron. Those, aside from Cobra Commander, is my a lot back then, Crow. Yeah, it was expensive, but our parents actually did that. It was ice cream cakes were kind of a thing in our family for birthdays. That's 100%, birthdays are traditionally a cake and pizza or burgers, and it was ice cream cakes back then. So Scrap Iron, obviously my favorite character aside from Cobra Commander on Cobra. This was his first appearance. You got to see him with Firefly, and when the dude shows up, he murders 4 people. You thought 4, it was really 3 because Billy made it, but his first act was basically blowing the Softmaster to pieces, and then asked Firefly, what about the rest? And Firefly said, thumbs down, Charlie Murphy. And Scrap Iron hit him with that other missile and blew that car to absolute smithereens. And that was his favorite appearance. When I say I like bad guys, I like really bad guys. So that is that was my favorite comic for the cover and for what happened in the story. I always really liked 43. So for my next one, go down, and this is what the page looks like when you pull it up.
Yeah, it's awesome, man.
Keep on scrolling, baby.
And
a lot of these.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
As I say, a lot of these, some people will remember more from the cover, having the cover, and be like, I remember that issue, like that one. I'm a huge Dreadnoks fan. Those 2 covers, you had that cover right there. You had that issue. I didn't have it for a long time later. This was their first appearance, I believe, was in 30. But this site, when you pull it up on yojo.com and go to the comic section, you see all the covers right here.
It's really awesome. And what's also really awesome is when you start looking at the covers, go down to number 23. See the difference in 23 in the artwork. Like it almost
Yeah.
at that time was like, is that computer generated? Is that, like you had
Yeah.
some of your sketched almost your hand drawn, you could totally tell. And then some of them look like they've been computer generated or very early type, of that kind of artwork, right? It's like
Yep.
there's a couple other ones in there, but the covers, man, like what a wonderful job these covers really did to sell the comic. I mean, just like, man, oh
Yeah.
man, you
Art
talk about
was so
drawing
good.
people in. Look at 40, right? Like you look at 40. I mean, it's just
Yep.
cool as shit, and then you look at Flint jumping off there on the roller coaster. You got gung ho bandaged up, sitting there trying to protect and being held up and firing it. I mean, the shit just looks awesome, dude.
Yeah.
It's just
40 was 40 was the first appearance, I think, of the whale.
Yeah.
37, it's funny, I actually meant to write this down. 37 was the first issue that I remember buying off a rack or at a newsstand.
really.
I may have had, I think I might have had 36, but 37 is my first comic that I remember actively walking in and picking up as a kid. And then I started going back and getting back issues. But some of these early issues, most of these early
Oh
issues,
man.
I had 2, I had 7. I never had a true issue 1 until last year, and it's a
Right.
raggedy ass copy, but I have it now, and it's a first print. I've gone back and bought some of these early issues. I had 11, but a lot of these I just picked up last year at a show that was near me that was actually really good for. They had more GI Joe back issues than anywhere I've ever been, and
Really?
I picked out. I think I sent you a picture. I picked out. I bought about 20, and I took them up, and I was like, "All right, give me a price and see what we can do." And we agreed.
There's my background right there.
Oh yeah, 46. Yep.
46. I love
That
that one too.
that is that's one
Devil.
of Matthew Matson's favorite.
Yeah.
Is 46.
Devilfish and
Punk's too.
47.
But I'm gonna go get down
Yeah,
to my next of the
yeah.
favorites. This is an issue that I am still missing. I still need 76. That's where Serpentor finally dies. So I still need that one. But we scroll on down my second favorite issue. Round and round she goes, where she stops nobody knows. I do issue 84. This was a crucial issue. More pieces of the saga of Snake Eyes, Storm Shadow, Zartan, Cobra Commander revealed through Billy's mom telling her story to Storm Shadow and Billy, Zartan telling his story to Fred 7. You have 2 different versions or 2 different interweavings of the story, and this is the origin of Zartan, Converging Destinies. This is how you figure out how Cobra Commander found Zartan and why he hired Zartan. And this gets even more convoluted later, but all these years, the first appearance of Zartan was in 24 or 25. I think it was 25. 24, I think they showed him as a silhouette, and then he was a full reveal in 25. I believe it's 24 and 25 or 25 and 26. Either way, all this time you didn't really get a whole lot of backstory to him, and this is how they actually met. Cobra Commander went seeking him out to kill Snake Eyes because he still blamed Snake Eyes for the death of his brother, although he had nothing to do with it. You talked about that a minute ago.
Yeah.
Cobra Commander's drunk ass brother killed Snake Eyes' family, and Cobra Commander blamed Snake Eyes because they were going to pick him up. Yes, Crimson Cobra Commander. That is exactly what happens. It's that and things that are revealed in 84 are why you always see Zartan with a bow. Turns out the whole reason of Storm Shadow joining Cobra and all of that jazz was actually all Zartan's fault ultimately. And that is revealed in this issue. Fantastic issue for origin stories and backstories and stuff like that. So I recommend that issue if you're going back and reading the comic. We got lucky last year. Pop Blender found somebody that has digitized all of these.
Oh my gosh! So I mean,
you can go through and sit here and read them on the computer. Of course, there's nothing like having the actual issue, but everything G.I. Joe has gone through the roof now, as we know. The vintage figures, trying to pick up a raw stuff, it is all through the roof. So if you can find them digitally, that's the way to go. Just to read the story and then try to pick them up and have them in your hand later.
And we're not just talking about Marvel. We're talking about IDW. We're talking about Devil 2. We're talking about everything. Everything.
And going back to some of the IDW stuff, they even expound more on that issue 84. There's actually even more to that story that they tell in IDW, and they go back and weave it in, and it kind of does what it's complementary, but it's also a big part of the story. You see even more to Zartan that IDW did, but we're not talking about IDW tonight. It's just there if you want. So next, my third favorite issue, Round and Round, where she goes. Here's where she stops. Now you know. Issue 98. This is titled He's Back. This is the issue where Cobra Commander comes back to life. Cobra Commander is killed in issue 61, shot in the back, by Fred 7. And this goes back to what Pop was talking about and what I talked about in 43 and what he talked about in 55. Fred 7 actually wound up getting Billy. Cobra Commander found Fred 7. They went and got Billy and rehabbed Billy. He was in a coma. And when he was talking about he's going to turn over a new leaf and all of that, basically what happens in 61 is Cobra Commander is further talking about it. Billy comes out of the coma, and Cobra Commander reinforces his what he said to Destro. I'm going to turn over a new leaf is exactly what he said, and I want to be there for my son, all of that jazz. And Fred gets pissed off because he's an original Fred series Crimson Guardsman. He's had his appearance altered to look like Cobra Commander, years of plastic surgery, undercover work. Pisses him off, and he shoots Cobra Commander in the back, and he and Raptor, I believe, wind up going and burying Cobra Commander. That is in issue 61. This is in issue 98. So you have 3 years of Cobra Commander being dead. And
3 years.
Issue 98. There's also a side story that's really good with Chuckles, Clutch, and Rock and Roll, 3 of my favorite characters. But the meat and potatoes is the cover. He comes back, and he actually winds up with all of these people who he now considers traitors. And if you see, Billy is one of them. Billy is one of the people he has found his resolve with Cobra. Things didn't work out with Billy. He locks them all into a freighter that is landlocked in the side of a damn volcano, throws them in, shuts the hatch, and blows the whole damn thing up, and blows a channel into the ocean that floods it. The freighter ship sinks into the volcano, and he blows the damn volcano up down on top of them. Yeah, Loki, that is absolutely correct. That is when you first see 58 is where you first see Battle Armor Cobra Commander that Fred built the suit. At the end of 61, after he blasts Cobra Commander in the back, Fred is holding the helmet to the suit, and his exact words are, "Great thing about this armor, anybody could be inside it," and he starts impersonating Cobra Commander. So 98 is where Cobra Commander comes back from the dead and gets revenge on everybody he perceives to be an enemy in Cobra. I absolutely love that issue. So that is my third favorite actual issue of Marvel. So I'm going to go over my runners up here and get back to them. And
there's so many, man. There's so many good covers. There's so many good storylines. Issue arcs, multi-issue arcs and stuff. It's so cool.
So my runner up, my honorable mentions. My honorable mentions really aren't in a
order, so to speak.
I'll go through this one kind of quick because still do cartoons, and we are actually running late. Surprise, surprise! But we're doing our 3-hour stream that's meant to be 3 hours here.
Yeah.
But we are going to go ahead and do the cartoons tonight. So I appreciate everybody that's hanging out or listening to it that's hung in.
Yeah,
but this is our make it up to you guys episode for missing the last 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, we had a couple weeks off or a week off, or whatever.
So my number one honorable mention is, of course, issue 109. You can't talk about Joe Comics and classic Joe Comics without talking about 109. I hope that'll load. Not wanting to
coming
load
up for you.
Me. Yeah, it's nope. I can see my mouse moving around.
Well,
there we go. There it is.
If it doesn't, I could pull it up on my end.
It loaded.
Okay.
It loaded in. There it is. Right. Okay. So 109, I talk a lot. I talk a lot about issue 109, especially recently, because with some of the stuff that we've got and are about to get in classified, issue 109 is where the Saw Viper wipes out more Joes than have been killed in action over the entire run of the comic. You can see right there, Saw Viper kills 4 of them. Doc, Heavy Metal, Thunder, and Crankcase. Doc is a heavy hitter. Heavy Metal was a very well-liked character. Thunder and Crankcase, they're fine. I liked both of those characters, but they are characters that really could have been killed off, but the Saw Viper wipes them out. He almost kills Falcon. A whole lot of stuff in this issue.
Yeah.
And then, but that's not all. As they're making a getaway, Breaker, Crazy Legs, and Quick Kick are killed when the vehicle they're escaping in was blown up, which was a Cobra Rage. They were getting away from the battle. And it was blown up with those 3 on it. And obviously, talking about relating to recent classified, we're about to get Doc. We have Breaker. We just got Quick Kick, and we're getting Crazy Legs. So good God, I cannot wait for my Saw Viper to set that up. Right. Saw Viper is my number one most anticipated Viper type character, soldier character that's for Cobra. He is my number one most wanted figure that I was hoping they would make, and they announced him, so we name dropped him. He'll be next year, obviously. I'm hoping we get a digital reveal next year for Yojo June.
Yeah, man.
He's kind of far out, so I'm not expecting it. We've got plenty of other characters that have been name only reveals that they've got to show renders for by now, and I sure would like to see what some of the figures coming with the Dragonfly actually look like.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's probably going to be in our next show, because it'll be right before Yojo June. We haven't planned it, but that's one of the things I want to talk about is some of the stuff we might see. So one, I have not seen the chat. Eric, these were all Larry Hama. He wrote or co-wrote every single issue. He was involved. Yeah, me too, Loki. They are the best, and you probably like them for the same reasons I do.
Yep.
So here's one that people might not expect from me to be on this list. And we got to do our Fred Durst and keep on rolling, baby. Keep on scrolling. Keep on scrolling. These are the issues that are worth a shitload of money right now.
Is this the Chuck Dixon?
He is on. This is the end. This is the end. So yeah, I think he did write these. Loki will probably know. This is one of the most valuable issues that there is right here. 154 is one of the most expensive issues in the comic because of the production, but we're not looking at 154. We're looking at 155. This was the last issue of the Marvel run, was issue 155.
Okay.
The cover here, I love this cover. They mothball the pit. And I thought it was funny because Quick Kick's over there, and he's been dead.
He's dead. He's dead.
He's dead. He's dead. He should have the Force glow.
Right?
They should have penciled Force glow in around him. So right here, G.I. Joe HQ is being mothballed. Snake Eyes receives a letter from the adopted son of his old war buddy Wade Collins, who was a reformed Crimson Guardsman. He was one of the ones that Pop Blender was talking about, that was talked about in issue 26. He was in the Lark platoon with Snake Eyes and Stalker. 155 was Hama, but I think he was talking about the Snake Eyes, the run there in the middle when it went full ninja. So, but what makes this issue so good is Sean wants to join the army and asks Snake Eyes what it's like to be a soldier. Snake Eyes, expressing his feelings for the first time to readers, responds with a lengthy letter. So that's one thing. I'm not a huge Snake Eyes fan. I like Commando Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes is fine, but I did not like the Snake Eyes takeover of G.I. Joe. But I did like the character, and this is what makes this issue so good, was that you actually get to hear his words from him because he couldn't talk. So he's writing a letter, and you actually get to hear his personal feelings for the first time ever in the comic. So that was what I liked about this. And the letters section in this comic, in the back, Hama and the team always answered readers' letters, post box office, the pit. There's some very, very good letters because they announced that was going to be the last issue. So they respond to some of them. Very nice letter section in that, talking about to hear Hama's thoughts on it kind of got canceled a little bit abruptly, and in his mind that he didn't get to write how some of the characters turned out after the comic ended. So 155 had to be up there. And my little story about this issue, I had long since quit collecting the comic when this issue come out, and I went back and bought it as a back issue, and I found it at Collector's World, which is a
Good
shop.
old Collector's World.
We did most of our comic
Yeah.
shopping in up by Pop Blender, and it was a back issue, and I bought this issue as a back issue in the late 90s, probably 98 or 99, for $1.75. It is also one of the most expensive comics in the line now because of the low production and because it ended the Marvel run. This was one of the 3 that I did send off to be graded last year to CGC. And this issue that I bought as a back issue and read it and turned it and had it in my hands, thumbed through it, and I sent it off and it come back a 9.4. So I was ecstatic that it graded that high. I'm not a huge grading fan, but certain issues I want in that acrylic, and that was one of them. So that's kind of that was my comics, and it was hard to narrow them down too, but it was even harder with the cartoon.
Well, and we're gonna get to that. If you could give me a couple minutes to run to the bathroom real quick. Just because we're running a little longer, and that's totally fine with me. You know, I don't mind. I know you got to get up in the morning, but I'm okay.
Yeah.
But if I can just run real quick,
No.
dude, then I'll be right back.
I'll probably tag team and do that when you come back.
That's perfectly fine.
if we've got guys that want to keep listening to us, we'll finish this thing. I don't mind at all. Ain't like I'm gonna go to bed quickly anyway. So
right.
If the chat wants us to keep going, we will definitely do our cartoon section.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom real fast, and that way I'll be right back. Okay.
Yep.
And Loki Wartooth, you're right. Chuck Dixon was IDW, and Devil's Due. I realized that after the fact. He didn't do any of the Marvel stuff, but he did write. And I love his Batman stuff too. So
couldn't remember.
I'll be right back.
I'll be right back.
I'll be back.
Yeah, I knew this episode was going to run long when we did comics and cartoon, and we wanted to talk about the swiper and all that. And I knew it was going to be a little bit long, so answer a message there somebody sent me. I knew this one was going to run a little bit longer, but we kind of feel like we needed to get some more out and do a little bit longer stream because we didn't realize that May the Power of the Force was kicking off when we planned our last show. So we wanted to get some more in and action packed. And I meant to say before I stopped at the beginning and didn't actually go live after I played that intro, I was going to come back and say, we have an action packed episode for you guys tonight. That was it. The new intro. Good night. Show's over. Did everybody see the intro? You guys want to see it again? I'll run it again. If y'all want to watch it again, it's up to you. But yeah, we could do a bunch on G.I. Joe, and the cartoons were even more as fundamental to our childhood as the comics were. So let's see. Loki says run it. I'm gonna run it and I'll show it real quick. It's pretty quick. So it's just 20 seconds. So if anybody missed it earlier, this was the new intro. So that was one I come up with. I wanted to do a different intro for our show, different from my videos. And Crow, I'm gonna get some input because I'm gonna probably do one for our backyard battlefield too when it's on my channel. I hadn't started on it yet, so glad you like it. Thank you, Loki. So glad y'all like it. I thought that's where I went ahead and upgraded my editing stuff, and that's some of the stuff that was behind the paywall in it. And I hadn't even dipped my pinky toe into how much is there. So yeah, I can't believe he didn't show it to you. I thought you saw it there, Mav. I sent him I sent it to him. I figured you probably saw it, but I'm glad you like it. Well, it's Crimson Cobra Commander. Yeah, but those aren't episodes. You're talking about 15 episodes. Those are miniseries. We're going to talk about that. But yeah, those were all 5-part miniseries. And can you believe when they aired these cartoons? Y'all remember how it was in the old days when you had a TV show or a cartoon? You got a new episode every week, or you got a new episode every day. There wasn't none of this bullshit where they give you half a season and you got to wait 9 months to see the other half of a 14 episode season. Even stuff that doesn't have big, huge production values like Game of Thrones or something like that, like Yellowstone, these kinds of shows. I mean, shows that are not even that kind of show, that don't have a bunch of big explosions and stuff, taking these year breaks to give you the rest of the season. Do you guys remember when it was like that? These G.I. Joe cartoons, like what Crimson Cobra Commander was talking about, a 5-part miniseries, you got one episode every day. You come home from school and you get part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5.
Oh, I
There
love
wasn't
this.
none of this hiatus
I love this.
bullshit. You got an episode every day. If you was watching Cheers, guess what? You got a new episode of Cheers for the next damn 5 months, because they had 80 episode seasons and stuff. So that was what was cool about the cartoons too, was they did that with cartoons. If you had a show like G.I. Joe, Jim, He-Man, when it was on, when you got a season, some of those cartoons might only had 2 or 3 seasons, but you got a new episode every day, and there were 30, 50 damn episodes in a season. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was me, Woody. I was trucking, and I had my bus
Yeah.
ride
Me
home.
too. Me too, man. Running down the hill.
Yep, my bus ride home from middle school was almost 2 hours. So if the bus was running late, guess what? I fucking missed G.I. Joe that day.
Ah, that sucks, man. Because my school was pretty close enough. Although coming from middle school in those days was further, but yeah, man, I would be running down the hill with my book bag or my backpack, man, and I'd be trying to haul ass and get home. And because you got that back to back, dude, you got that Transformers G.I. Joe back to back, or you got your
Yep.
He-Man Transformers G.I. Joe, right? Like back to back, man. And I wanted to hit them all, dude. And that's such a great time to be alive, the proliferation of those cartoons at that time, and how big they became, and the toy lines that came with them. And it was just that really is no joke. You're talking about getting off the bus and running as fast as you could home to get in the house, to turn that TV on and turn it on whatever channel they came on. That's the truth, man. That is the truth.
What Eric says right here, they did, but they didn't. They did not.
Yep,
when
they
they were
not.
new.
Yeah,
When they went into syndication for the many years that followed, they mixed them all up. And then right here, you said they never finished the continuation. Here's the thing: do you know there were only 2 seasons of the G.I. Joe cartoon with Sunbow? It seems like there were a whole lot more.
Yep.
2. There were you had the miniseries, and this is on the site that Pop Blender that we're talking about, GIJoeguide.com.
Mm-hmm.
There were only 2 episodes two seasons of episodes for the cartoon, but it was in total almost 100 episodes. The miniseries, The Mass Device, and The Revenge of Cobra were standalones.
Yep.
And then you had G.I. Joe, the movie. Now, season 2, Arise, Serpentor, Arise, started the actual second season. So when you think about all those other episodes that we got before Serpentor, before Beachhead, Lifeline, Dial Tone,
Yep.
Cobra Vipers, Cobra Bats, all the episodes before that were either one of the two miniseries or they were all season 1. There were 55 episodes in season 1. So all of them cartoons, that was one season. And when they first showed them, when they premiered, they showed them in order. And later in different years, the stations had the tapes for syndication, and they would just pick some shit and run it.
Yeah.
And it seemed like they had a block that they could pick from for 3 months. And then maybe they only had the rights to so many episodes for so long. Then they would get a different block. It's actually the same thing that we see on Hasbro. Hasbro runs the G.I. Joe cartoon 24 hours a day, and there's like 15 episodes.
That's it. It sucks, man, because they just play the same shit over and over, and I can't believe that. It kills me, man.
Yep.
Every time I tune in, I'm like, man, I just seen this the other day. I just saw this last time I tuned in.
If I see that damn episode about that greenhouse with that goofy ass farmer one more time, and the one episode where Airtight is the baddest dude in G.I. Joe.
Oh my God.
If I see that episode one more time on Hasbro.com, I'm going to scream.
It is
I'm going to let
amazing.
you,
Yeah,
I'm going to let you
I'll vamp for a
expound.
minute.
I'm going to go grab some water, and I'm sure I need to take Pretzel out real quick because he's already come to check on me once. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. If you want to go ahead and get your favorite episodes ready to talk about.
I've got them ready to go, baby.
All right. I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Yeah, you're good, man. I mean, when you run a 3-hour stream, sometimes you've got to kind of take you a couple minutes to go to the bathroom. I try to prepare myself as well. And, sometimes you can only prepare so much. And of course, when you're nearing 50 years old, it is what it is. Some of you are younger, some of you are older, but we all understand, right? Yeah, man. So it is funny though, those memories, and when we finish this stream tonight, we usually try to do a memories of G.I. Joe. Sometimes it's hard to dig those things out, and have plenty of memories. But when you're doing it for a stream or you're doing it for a purpose, sometimes you sit there and you try to sift through your mind, and go, man, what's a memory that I really remember? And it's like I have so many, but at the same time, sometimes it's kind of hard to dial that in. And so I think I've got a good one. And I think usually when I do this, usually when it's the memories of G.I. Joe to finish out the stream, is I try to find some pictures or I try to find something. So, and really, to be honest with you, it's more about me making Darren laugh. It's more about making him remember or seeing if he remembers something. When I think of that stuff, is that I always try to think of something that I think he might remember back in the day, and I that makes me happy, when he remembers stuff like that. And I think he will. What I'm going to talk about today, I am going to go through the chat a little bit too, Loki. Thundercats, man, I was in the Thundercats. I had figures. I had the vehicles. I had figures too. I kind of forget about Thundercats sometimes when I talk about all the toys I had because I had so many. I was so fortunate. My mother, a single mother after 1984, single mother. And for her to work full time and provide for me and my sister and do the things that she did and buy the toys that I asked for, it was tough for her. I know it was, but my mother to this day still is very frugal. She balances her checkbook every couple days, every few days. If there's a discrepancy, she'll call the bank. She'll call Target. She'll call AT&T and asking why they haven't made her check go through yet. Like I'm telling you, man, but for somebody like that to have done what she did to pay a mortgage on a house after splitting up with my father, and just a strong woman, and she gave me about as best she could, and I was very fortunate to have as many toys that I had and the things that I had, and I really appreciate it, especially now more than ever. Loki Wartooth, I gotta tell you, man, you about 3 years younger than I am, I reckon. I don't know what to say. I hope that everything is going well. I hope that's progressing in a good way for you. I'm glad that you can find humor. I really do. I know that we all have different situations, and we all have lived different lives, and we've all done things maybe we shouldn't have done. Maybe we did things that we were supposed to do, and still things turn out and things happen. And I do hope that that things are good for you, man. And life is what you make of it, and you get bad breaks. Sometimes you get things thrown your way, and it's nothing that you did. But I hope that's going okay for you. Grievance as well, 48 diabetes. How about that, P Life? Tell you that's funny, and I'm glad that
I was once
a
man. I was a man once.
But just going through the chat a little bit too, though, it's like, I hope that those things are good, or I hope at least able to do something about it, or at the very least managing things and everything. And then that's the best that we can hope for. And I want nothing but the best things for anybody. So and then Lucky Mom worked at Walmart, so she was probably able to maybe get some of them toys, bring some of them toys home. Um,
Did she find the bat that I hid in the yarn?
Man, didn't we used to do that, man? Didn't you think you was the only person that thought of that shit too? Is when you go to Toys R Us and you have that hard to find figure, or that figure you wouldn't be able to go get yet, and you try to stick them way in the back behind some Cabbage Patch Kids, or you try to you try to hide that shit behind some boxes or some other stuff, and you thought, oh, the next time I get here, which in our minds was probably gonna be next week, but it probably was like a month. 2 months later, and you thought, when I get back here, it's still going to be behind. And you'd go and check too. You'd go and check. You go look in that hiding spot that you put, and you thought Dial Tone was going to be back there. And Dial Tone was not back there.
Nope. Nope.
Oh,
and what was I used to like to try to take it to a different department. I really did hide some bats in the yarn. And
awesome.
I used to hide stuff behind puzzles, because I was like, ain't nobody buying puzzles, man. But they did
Right?
until the 80s.
Yeah.
They bought the shit out of some puzzles.
You know what it's called? It's called employees.
Yeah.
Their job is to face everything and
Yeah.
check everything, and
I
eventually
learned that later when I became one of those employees.
Yes,
I used to
sir.
find shit all the time when I worked at Walmart and Target.
Yeah, I bet you did. All right, so let's go ahead and get into it, man. I'm gonna get into the cartoons. All right.
What's up, Gaslands Mechanic just popped up. What's
Oh
going on,
shit! What's up, man? Yeah, hey, hell yeah. So jumping into the cartoons, man. We'll get her done. One note that I had, just to throw this out there for anybody that's interested, I found a name who wrote episode 10 of season 1. Jungle Trap was written by Paul Dini. And if anybody knows about Paul Dini, he's one of the creators of the Batman the Animated Series, the most probably famous one of the most famous beloved cartoon series of all time. He wrote episode 10 of season 1, Jungle Trap. Paul Dini, I think it's the only one he wrote, but that I thought that was a very cool note. All right, so this episode was one that I had so much fun with when we were kids. It was something that I think was on a big VHS tape, if I remember correctly, that you had. Um, I'm almost positive that was the case. I'm going to go ahead and present here. That episode was number 7, season 1, Red Rockets Glare. We had so much
How'd I know that
fun.
was going to be one?
We had so much fun with this episode. And again, a wonderful guide for these episodes to go through and look at screen captures and stuff. joeguide.com. And then
Because we cite our sources.
Yes, we do. joeguide.com. And if you just type in joeguide.com, now this is, it says summaries, but if I went back more, it would say like cartoons or joeguide.com. If you Google that, cartoon episode summaries or synopsis, you'll find them. And they're in there, and it's really easy to follow. Red Rockets Glare. Obviously, if you've ever really followed it, it is about basically Cobra taking over a bunch of fast food restaurants. Okay.
Say good night to Woody. Woody is taking off. He's got
Yeah. Hey,
bed,
Woody.
so
Yeah, man.
it's getting late as shit. So
God, Woody, 4 hours and 15 minutes, brother, man. Like, get you some sleep, buddy. And appreciate you if you watch the replay tomorrow and fill up some of your time, man. That's awesome, dude. I really appreciate you stopping by, and last night, obviously, and tonight too, man. Thank you so much. Hope you have a good day tomorrow. So Cobra takes over a bunch of fast food restaurants, and it happens to be Roadblock's parents own one of them hamburger joints. And the Joes go to Extensive Enterprises, and that's where you get Tomax and Zaymot. And so, it's a cool thing. Like, they take back, Cobra sends a bunch of bikers to try to make the family leave. And there's a real estate guy who comes by, who's obviously scumbag, talking to the family and wanting them to, sell out and all this stuff. And ultimately all these Red Rocket hamburger places have real rockets on the top of them. And it's outlandish, of course, but then we get, Tomax and Zaymot on a rocket, riding on a rocket with Roadblock as he's disarming the warhead on the top of it. It's just so outrageous. But what's fun about this episode, look, there's your condo that you needed to find. What's so fun about this episode, it all ends with all the Joes there, a bunch of green shirts, celebrating with Roadblock's family grilling out front. Is that there's some wonderful quotes that came from that episode that we used to absolutely just get a kick out of. And
Loki's out too, man.
Yep,
Good night, Loki.
Have a good night, buddy. I know we're running late for some people too, so I understand, man. But appreciate you stopping by, buddy. But anyway, we used to get a big kick out of this because we would rewind the videotape because there's sound effects in this episode that were just absolutely hilarious. Destroy you hilarious. The whale cruising across the water. It sounds like a giant fart when it's cruising across the water. You have Flint in the chopper with Lady J when he goes and his mouth turns to the side like he's whistling out the side of his mouth. But the animation is absolutely just hilarious. You have Tomax and Zaymot.
Mouth moves.
Oh, his whole mouth. Tomax and Zaymot just decide to tell the person flying their plane that if he wants to land, they say, do you want me to land or find, they're like, no matter, we'll just jump out. And they're like, and then they just jump out the back of a plane. It's like, and then you have Roadblock. And I was trying to find, because I have it saved on my computer, and it really was bugging me because I'm like, why can I not find these videos that I saved? And I had actually saved them.
Triple C, good night, man. Thanks for hanging in for you've been here for 6 hours.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's true, man. Like, yes, thank you so much. That really is, man. It's he since 5 o'clock or something like that, right?
Yeah, I think he might have just popped in and commented and went and did something else, but it was at like
Okay.
5 something. So.
Well, that is admirable nonetheless, though, just to be that early and being there. Anyway, I tried to save these. I actually made little videos of it, but for some reason I'm having a lot of trouble finding it, which leads me to something I want to tell you about in a minute. But anyway, so nonetheless, I love this episode. There's some funny shit in it. We used to joke about one time we were watching the videotape, and as we're watching one part, we rewound it to another part, and it somehow landed exactly in the correct place, and it went from Tomax and Zaymot telling their driver or flyer of the plane, like the pilot, no worries, we'll just, and they're gonna say we'll just step out, and instead Darren hit the rewind button at the right time, and so it went from no worries, we'll just, and he hit rewind, and when he hit play, it was Roblox saying slap you on a bun and serve you up for lunch. And so our whole life, we had the funniest moment, which was this G.I. Joe episode going from no worries, we'll just slap you on a bun and serve you for lunch.
It's the funniest. It was so, and we got to where we could consistently rewind it and do it every time we watched it. It's a wonder I didn't wear that tape out, stopping it and rewinding 100%. It so fast.
It was funny, just unbelievable. But so so I just want to show you real quick, just to do it, if I can do it. All right. I'm gonna present it. Okay, so let me stop that, and then let me present this. And for anybody watching, maybe you can see this. I hope you can hear it. This is what it sounded like when we watched this scene, and then he hit rewind on the VHS tape and hit play. This is what it sounded like.
Can't hear it.
You can't?
Nah, the sound's not coming through on it.
Oh, actually, you know what? Never mind. I know exactly why. I know exactly why. Hang on. Damn.
That was so funny. And there was another one we could rewind it, and they're in the well. They're driving up in the well because I think it was his aunt and uncle's Red Rocket restaurant. And it was up on a ledge overlooking the ocean, and they drive up on the well, and we rewound it right at that part, and it sounded like just like Woody's fart machine with the whale driving up. What's up, Cobweb? Thanks for coming by, buddy. Good to see you.
All right. I'll see if I can find it real quick. There it is. Boom. All right. So let me get rid of that. Let me pull that up. I gotta play it again.
It was so funny. Look at Ricondo's face.
One more time. Hang on. Here we go. I can't even. It's so stupid.
It is. Like,
but God. I have one more from that episode. One more that we used to absolutely rewind over and over and get a kick out of as kids and just lose it. And it was this one right here. Hang on. All right. So this one. I'll play it one more time for you guys.
Oh, God. This is the dumbest shit, but it was so funny, man. We could stop that tape And he clipped those together because it was all the funny other parts out of it we used to laugh about with Flint. But that's Flint's
Look at
face,
his
man.
face.
You can't do that face. You cannot make your face do that. Even me with my fake ass ragged lip, I can't make my face do that.
And then you have the punk rocker with the purple hair, and he's like, "Can you really assimilate this?" It's like, what? Like, but then cut 150 missiles.
We were 8
good.
and 9 years old. We didn't know what the hell assimilate meant.
God, it was so good. All right, I'm gonna remove that anyway. So, Red Rocket's Glare. That was I gotta say, really, just for me, I remember it so much. We still quote it to this day, and so now I'm gonna get to a couple of the other ones. I have a couple honorable mentions, and I'll kind of roll through them really quickly. But all right, let me go to this, and it is 16, 17. All right, so season 1 again. 16 and 17. Let me go ahead and throw this page up real quick, and I'll show you here. All right, the Synthoid Conspiracy, episode 16 and 17. Synthoid Conspiracy. I absolutely love these episodes, man. This was, Shipwreck comes on to Scarlet. It even says it at the top, and she slaps him in the face, right? He's like, "Let's not and pretend we did," or whatever. And she slaps him in the face.
She was such a prude.
He's making a pass at her, but it's like, man, for a kid's cartoon, like, that's it's something to say, right?
Sexual harassment was different in the 80s.
Yes,
it wasn't a thing.
And actually, here it is right here, because you see where she's slapping him. Right, you see where she's slapping the face, and
it's just magic,
right? It's just magic, Scarlet. I was gonna say, I wish I could zoom in, but on I don't know how to do it on Opera GX. I have to get my bearings down on that. But anyway, so nonetheless, she's slapping him in the face there. But this is basically where Cobra. They get all the high-ranking generals and stuff. G.I. Joe is out. They're supposed to be doing a demonstration, and then all the generals are really disappointed because it doesn't go right. Cobra kind of mucks it up a bit, and so all the generals are like, oh, this is terrible, and we need to talk about whether we need to make this team go away, whatever, and obviously what's happened is that, Cobra and Zartan here in particular, they get all the real generals. And then what they have is they have these synthoids. They have fake people, right? They're like, synthoid people. And they replace all the generals, right? And what's cool, though, is then you get this banter between Destro and Cobra Commander, where Destro is like, "I can't believe you trust Zartan," and Cobra Commander has a synthoid of Destro, and you see he melts right here. He presses a little button, he's like, "Boo," and he makes him melt. And of course, Destro's like,
I need one of those in real life for people.
And no kidding. But then, all of a sudden, because Cobra has replaced all these high-ranking officials, they decommission the G.I. Joe team, right? And so then all of a sudden what happens is G.I. Joe, they don't get the ammo they need. They don't have the parts that they need to repair.
Gas.
They don't have gasoline, right? Like they can't get stuff. So Cobra is starting to kind of take over. And then you get where Duke is brought in handcuffs. He gets captured and brought to Cobra Commander. And then you get General Franks, and he's coming, and Rock and Roll's pissed off because he's like, "I can't refuel my motorcycle," and Mutt and Junkyard are there, and obviously Junkyard gets pissed off, right? He sniffs it,
knows something's wrong.
He's a smart, but he knows something's wrong, and then that kind of sets. He knows it's a synthoid. It sets off a chain of events, and now the Joes, Mutt and Junkyard, are on the run, right? It's
from
like
Rock and Roll.
From Rock and Roll. That's right. And the thing is that because nobody knows that the high-ranking officials have been replaced, right? So you have the Joe team at odds with each other. Here's Rock and Roll confronting, Mutt and Junkyard, and they make their escape, right? He tells Junkyard to run, and they get away. But then obviously Destro shows up. Now Destro at this point is pissed at Cobra Commander and has decided to switch sides to an extent, to a point. And you'll see that a lot, in G.I. Joe stuff, right? Destro, especially, because he's not necessarily Cobra. He's on his own thing. And he's highest bidder, or he does what's in his best interest. Meanwhile, they bring Duke back. Duke escapes. Of course he does, right? He's in handcuffs. Somebody kicks one Crimson Guardsman and somehow runs away. But anyway, so the episode basically is that they replace the officials, and what's cool about this, the reason why I picked this one, because there are other ones I really like. The reason why I picked this one is because it's a precursor to probably my favorite 2-part regular season episode arc. It's a precursor to the one that I really, really, really love. And as a kid, I thought tackled some really great themes and some really cool stuff. So that the Synthoid conspiracy, Duke is able to get away. Obviously, you get to where you got a lot of great characters in this too, right?
There's a lot of characters.
Yes, you got a lot of characters. Copperhead's in here. Destro is helping the Joes. They're like, how do we know we can trust you? He's like, look, Cobra Commander is my enemy as well now because he wants to replace me with a Synthoid. So he lets the Joes in on the take, right? And then you get, Mutt and Junkyard, going after Copperhead here, right? Fighting with him. You get Recondo. You get old Tripwire, right? Or is that Zap? Anyway,
it's Flash.
That's Flash, actually. It is Flash. So
it's like his one cartoon appearance.
Yeah, pretty much. But anyway, so basically, I love scenes like this, right? Like the with the lasers firing up and the planes coming in. You get Airborne and Ace, right? And Quick Kick is even in this episode, right? Clutch up there with the Mark II armor, the Mark II uniform. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then yeah. And then and so anyway, and then they obviously at the end of the day they use the device and all the Synthoids freaking melt, right? And then Cobra Commander's pissed and the Joes win the day and they get commended and the Joe
reinstated all their gas and their ammo back.
Yep. But Shipwreck, I mean, you see, just this episode has a lot of guys in it, a lot of girls. It's fun. Rock and Roll plays a good part. It's old school rock and roll with his uniform, right, before the changeover in version 2 or whatever. And so I really enjoyed that. I'll quickly move to the next one here, which is season 1 again, because season 1 again was one of my let's see. We eventually see all the hiring officer that replaced melt away. What happened with the one Zartan replaced? You know what?
I think they had him tied up.
Yes. Yeah.
They found him, I think.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and watch it. It's like, I tried to do a somewhat deep dive, but I was looking through them and I did watch a few, but I was trying to, kind of skim through, but I just remember like these episodes and they stood out to me especially. And I went through so many of these. Yeah. I think I just went through all of them actually. And then, but then the next one is Worlds Without End, part 1 and part 2. And basically the gist of this, the gist of this is that somehow the Joes get transported through time. Okay. And to another dimension. And in that dimension, Cobra rules the world. And also in that dimension, Baroness, who is actually an ally to the Joes who are displaced out of time, her lover was Steeler. And, for Steeler to be like a main character in these 2 issues was actually really cool.
Yeah.
And, and so you have the part where he gets bit by a bug. And he starts getting sick. He starts having fevers. you have the Joes who go to this old couple. They're trying to, use money, and they pay the couple in money. And then when they're driving off, the couple are like, this money's no good. And it's US currency. They throw it in the air. There's Steeler's bit by a large pink and black bug, flies on his neck. He smacks it, and he's got it in his hand there. Yeah, man. Yeah. And then the Joes kind of, they start to go and try to infiltrate or scope out and see what's going on. You see like the Mount Rushmore thing where it's like a Cobra Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
The pit has been permanently closed by order of Cobra Commander. But what was cool about this is that not only did you have like new Joes, but you had like the original 13. You had some of the original 13. You had Steeler, you had Grunt in there too, right?
Yeah.
Which was super cool. And
yeah, you never saw Grunt much in the
no,
cartoon.
100%. And so I just, this is one of them ones that for me, the themes that it kind of tackled, that being out of dimension, having, realizing that the person in this dimension is dead, who's you, because we get to that. There's the Mount Rushmore. The Dreadnoks are cops. The Dreadnoks are cops, which is just absolutely ridiculous. And then as we get to part two, the Joes start to kind of piece things together. They understand kind of where they're at or what's going on. But you also find out throughout the episode that Steeler died. Right? He's running. He's got, he's trying to kind of run. He can't believe everything that's going on. And he runs away. Grunt chases after him, and then they fall over this cliff and they roll down. At the bottom, they look and they see skeletons. And when they look at the dog tags on the skeletons, it's none other than Steeler
Them.
and Grunt. And so, like, I just thought that was the coolest thing,
it's
right?
A very adult type theme dealing with delirium and grief, and realizing that you're where are you? Am I crazy because this dude is me and he's dead? This was a very dark two-parter.
Yeah. And and as a kid, though, it was like you had movies like Terminator coming out, or had been out, and you had like movies that just kind of dealt with that, like post-apocalyptic or alternative timeline or whatever. And so they were very popular. And just as a kid, it was like, man, this is really interesting. This is really cool. This is very adult. And as a kid, the only thing you want to be is an adult, you want to understand those things. And so this episode just, I thought, was fantastic. Let's say it's
Blade Runner. It's right.
Right. And so then you had the Baroness, who was in love with Steeler, and he got killed, and she blames Cobra, right? And she wants to help the Joes. And so it culminates ultimately into the Joes fighting with Cobra. And then you get where the Baroness is still, she's a double agent, like she's still trying to play with Cobra, but at the same time realizes this new Steeler that's out of time or out of dimension. She's like, I can't believe it, right? Like, this is unbelievable. And you died, and now there's a Cobra civil war going on. And then the dimensional doorway gets opened, and then right as all the Joes are jumping through, right, and you see everybody going through, it's Clutch and
Steeler and
Grunt, and they say, you know what, we're gonna stay behind instead of going home. We're gonna stay behind to help fight this war. And that's just like, what? Like, no, everyone's supposed to come home, right? It's like everybody's supposed to come home. you know, this is how this ends. This is GI Joe. It's a cartoon. It's kids. It's, you know, everybody comes home. Everybody's rescued, and it's just amazing because it's, yeah, it says right here, just as Clutch is about to jump in the door, Steeler approaches Flint, Lady J, and Clutch explains that he finally understands what it matters to be a GI Joe, which is kind of a something from the earlier part one. And then
Yeah.
he says he has decided to stay behind and help the Baroness, who is in love with him, even though he's not in love with her per se. He doesn't know her. He decides to
Yeah.
stay behind, so those guys stay behind, and that's the last time we see him.
Yeah, that's it.
Season 1. That's the last time we see those 3 guys. They
Yeah.
are gone forever. And what I love about this too is, you know, obviously Flint and Lady J are together. And at the end, you know, it's like, you know, Flint walks up to Lady J and says Lady J turns away from Doc and tells him there's some place where brave men are needed badly. Flint walks up to her, places his hand on his shoulder, and adds, "Amen to that. Good luck, buddies. You deserve it." And it's just cool. It's a cool ending. You know, cool cartoon. I'm not gonna really wax quizzical on, let's say, my my runners up. I'll say the Viper is coming, and for anybody into the cartoon, you know the Viper is coming. You have to know what that is, and if that's one of yours, I'll let you tell it. But the miniseries, I can't help it, man. Revenge of Cobra, Weather Dominator.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. Like
Yep.
that was just amazing back in the
Yep.
day. Amazing. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So, it's my turn, I guess.
Yeah, man.
All right. I don't I'm gonna go through mine. For mine, what you just said, the Revenge of Cobra, to me is going to be kind of like what I say about Cobra Commander when people ask me who's my favorite Cobra. It's always going to be Cobra Commander, and I assume they mean other than Cobra Commander. Talking about my favorite cartoon. What's my favorite cartoon? I assume you mean other than the Revenge of Cobra.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
miniseries, it is, to me, that is the best thing in the GI Joe cartoon.
Yeah.
Particularly the second episode, The Vines of Evil, because that is the first one you get to see Mutt, Flint, and Junkyard. That's when you first meet Shipwreck. They have the big ass bar fight in the Cobra bar. How does Cobra have an entire bar they control? But you know what? They own a lot of stuff. So that is always going to be at the top of my list of favorite cartoons.
Yeah, man.
And one, I've shown this before. I don't know if anybody that's watching or watching back has seen it in any of my videos, but one of the most important pieces in my entire GI Joe collection is actually this right here. This is one of my most favorite things that I own in all of my GI Joe stuff. This is the original box from the Revenge of Cobra when it was released for rental. This is the old ass cardboard box with the tray inside of it with the tape. You got the art on the back. This came out of my stepmother's video store. When she closed it, she still had this, and she gave it to me. I used to rent this thing from the video store before she was my stepmother, and now I have it in my collection. It's not rare. You can find it on eBay for $30. It's one of my most favorite prized possessions in my GI Joe collection.
Yeah, dude. And it is awesome. Punk, good to see you, man.
Hey, what's going on, Punk? Thank you for coming in. Yeah, there were several big streams tonight, so
yes,
we knew. I can't wait to see what kind of stuff was brought up on Toy Kind of Mood and 3POA, and I didn't know you were going to be on with him, so I'll have to go back and rewatch that one too. So thank you for stopping by. I bet you are also ready to go to bed.
I'm sure.
So,
yes.
we're and you come in at the right time if you just wanted to come in and say hi, because we're going over our favorite 3 episodes of the cartoon of Sunbow. So I know you're not a huge huge cartoon fan. So if you don't stick around, I do not blame you a bit, but thank you for coming by, man. I appreciate it. So that is my favorite is Revenge of Cobra, particularly the Vines of Evil episode.
Love it.
That is without a doubt my favorite one. So that's the wrong thing. So going in here, this is probably my favorite episode. This is The Traitor.
Oh my God, that's one
Dusty.
of my honorable mentions. Yeah, 100%.
This The Traitor episode was I keep saying episode. It aired on November 25th and 26th of 85. I'm not going to go through the entire thing. I'm just going to kind of do a synopsis of it. And basically, G.I. Joe has developed an impenetrable armor, and Cobra is doing everything they can to get it. Dusty, Ron Rudat, Ron Rudat and G.I. Joe.
You got to love it, right?
Yeah. Tadur Rudat. His mother has some hospital bills, and Tomax and Zaymot get to him and offer to pay his mother's hospital bills and help his mother if he will sell out G.I. Joe and give them the secret to the armor formula, which he reluctantly does. This later results on an attack that is, of course, run by Cobra and winds up putting Duke in a coma. What is it with Duke falling into a coma in G.I.
Right.
Joe? That son of a bitch gets captured or put into a coma more than anybody in the whole series.
Yeah, look at that chin line. Look at that fucking chin line on Duke.
I mean,
look
look
at that,
man.
Good God.
Yep. He is chiseled, buddy.
Holy moly.
He is. I'll see if I can get in a little closer. Nope, that's the wrong. That's the wrong one.
I can zoom
Keep
in on
doing
Chrome easy, man. I keep it on Opera GX. I got to figure that shit
Oh
out.
yeah, look at that, man.
Look at that chin line. Look at that butt chin. I got a butt chin too, but man, that's
yours
strong.
isn't quite as pronounced as that one is, though.
No, sir. Good.
So they wind up attacking. There's Dusty's mom, and there's the sleazy dude that keeps threatening her. Dusty threatens the shit out of him.
Yeah.
So this is where Tomax and Zaymot approach him. This dude, I love this dude. They start a bar fight, and I'm actually going to get a sound bite of this. But this is the dude that jumps up and goes, "Yeehaw, we'll fight!" And he's got like 3 teeth. So they wind up. Dusty sells out the Joes and actually joins up with Cobra. And they wind up. Here's where Duke goes. I know I'm going through it quick, but this is the part where Duke gets put into the coma. Deep Six is in there. Woody himself makes an appearance in this episode.
Yeah.
And there's where Duke falls into the coma. He's saved by Shipwreck, who somehow manages to keep his hat on underwater while Deep Six is in full deep water dive gear.
Yeah. That's maybe they didn't have the background. Maybe that shot was supposed to be on the ship or something. They didn't have like the background animation or
maybe
made,
So here's Dusty taking pictures of the formula and go down and go through it. They court-martial Dusty. Cobra breaks him out. He joins Cobra. And then this is a 2-parter also.
It's part 1.
So this is go back to I gotta go all the way back down to it here. That's what I hate about going back.
There
so you get into part 2, and it's this big. This is the one that's got Lieutenant Clay Moore in it. So he's actually in it, and kind of Dusty, he kind of gets into it with Dusty because Dusty is taking his position. They put him in a fight with Claymore and fill the thing with piranhas.
Yes.
Like a cage match in a tank full, and they fill it with piranhas, man. That's fucked up. But So goes through. Dusty saves Claymore. They wind up. They get out of that. I'm going through it really quick. They make Dusty test the
Aaron.
armor.
Aaron.
2 X-Men 97 episodes. Yeah, this one went on a little bit longer.
This
but
one went on way longer than
Yeah.
this is an hour plus now almost. We're almost at an hour over.
But we wanted to go in and go in and get and
Make up
do a
for last
longer
week.
episode
Last
and get our stuff in. So and neither one of us have to work tomorrow, even though I've got to get up and go get probed in 8 hours. So we go through shipwrecks. He goes, hey, they got a dental plan.
Yes. Oh my God.
So they wind up going through, and basically there's a lot of back and forth with, do they trust Dusty? Do they not trust Dusty? And then Dusty winds up saving Shipwreck. He winds up saving the day, and come to find out here that the armor has a secret weakness, and the Joes knew about it all along. Dusty explains Duke knew the gas could be used to neutralize the armor treatment and could cause the armor protection chemical to erode anything it touches when mixed with the mind control gas. And so they get out. Duke comes out of the coma, and then you find out that Duke knew about this plan the whole Duke and Dusty were the only two that knew about it to make it work. And Duke winds up falling into a coma, so the whole plan goes into effect. But Duke was the only other Joe that knew it was not a real defection, and Dusty never betrayed the Joes.
Right.
So the whole episode kind of played out like an episode of Three's Company.
Yes.
The whole thing's just a big misunderstanding.
Holy moly.
That was after much debate, because it's
What's
Gonzo.
up, Gonzo?
What's up, Jay Gonzo?
Yeah.
Thanks for coming by, man. So the whole thing plays out like Three's Company, and that was one of my probably my favorite episodes because I really liked Dusty. It's got a lot of my favorite characters in it. Flint's in it, Shipwreck's in it. Shipwreck's one of my favorite Joes, So
sure.
A lot of my favorite guys. Duke falls into a coma, so that's good. So you get down, and let's see, you got to go back up, I think, I'm going by dates here.
Okay.
This one will be relatively quick, I think, as soon as I get my dates right here and find them, because you've already just talked about these Worlds Without End.
Yeah, man.
Parts 1 and 2. These were some of my favorite episodes because they had horror themes running through them. They had all kind of crazy shit. For all of the crazy shit that you see in G.I. Joe, this was one of the most complex themed episodes, I think, for emotions that you would see. It's very dark. You talked about, the Joes. Steeler was already losing his mind and hallucinating. They fall into a ravine that basically looked in that ravine. When you look at that episode now and you watch that back as an adult,
right,
you think about some really bad shit that happened in the 1940s. And possibly that's how those guys got into that gully and died.
Right.
Now you might not have realized that when you were a kid, but you noticed those similarities as an adult, and you're like, oh man, like, did those guys get put in there and just get shot? What happened to them? So, and I'm a big history buff, so I made that correlation relatively early in my life, watching this episode over and over again. And the whole the interdimensional thing, like the themes that ran through comics, and now I mean they've just taken it to the nth degree with multiverse shit, but that's a story for another time. It was so many weird things that you didn't see in a children's cartoon, and particularly in a G.I. Joe cartoon, because they always had a happy ending. And
Yep.
as you said, this one, it had a somber ending.
Yeah. Yeah, for
You
sure.
know, three
Yep.
of their buddies stay behind, and they know they're never going to see them again.
They never coming
because
back.
what happened was Cobra, there was an antimatter device, and it wound up going wacko, and it ripped the gateway open, it like fucking Event Horizon, and sucked the Joes in, and they wound up being able to get back, but those guys stayed to help that other world
Right.
rebuild the Joe team to fight Cobra.
Yeah.
And G.I. Joe episodes just didn't end that way.
No, it always wrapped up with them standing around laughing at Roblox's parents grilling on a grill,
Yeah.
right? Or some
Yeah,
shit like
or
that. I mean,
a
that's
joke about Gung Ho's gumbo.
or junkyard
believe I
parking,
said that right.
right? Junkyard going, oh, at the
I'm
end.
just
It's
proud
like,
of myself for getting Gung Ho's gumbo right.
Polly
and not
want a
tripping over
cracker?
that.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah,
right?
Paul. How many episodes with Polly ended with Polly?
Or
Polly.
freaking oh shit, I can't wait. Now, go ahead anyway. Yeah, but yes, exactly.
Yeah, I was just gonna say how many episodes ended with Polly going quack quack. Polly wants a cracker. You're crazy, sailor. Quack. Polly, man, I like Polly, but Polly got on my damn nerves. So my next one is one that you did in fact mention. You knew this was going to be on mine. One of the most ridiculous episodes.
Yes.
But also one of the episodes that theoretically could actually happen if everything lined up
right. Yeah.
It could actually be a thing. This is an episode of Three's Company 2 in a way. So basically what happens is they're having a cookout. They're playing basketball. Roadblock is dunking on fools.
Snake Eyes spinning records.
Yeah, Snake Eyes is the DJ, man. It's just this crazy, like they're having a damn cookout. They're having a party, but of course there's no beer. They didn't even have Yojo Cola in the cartoon, I don't think.
It's Footloose and freaking Alpine
Footloose.
rappelling off of the railing, like over the side that they did.
Yep. And this is one episode where there's a cookout or something, and Roadblock is not doing the cooking. They're at barbecue's freaking firehouse.
Yeah.
And so they're having a cookout right here at yeah, sure it can. So this was funny. Roadblock, the ball goes through a window, and Scarlet winds up getting some kind of alien facial here. I'm not exactly sure what that is supposed to be. But the phone rings. Yeah, and the phone rings and barbecue answers, and I should have pulled the audio. I played this before, but I didn't have the sound
what you say there?
Yeah,
huh? What are you talking about?
Yeah, he answers and he's
Kennedy.
like, yeah, it's just like John F. Kennedy. And he's like, what'd you say? I couldn't have heard you right. And so it's this dude saying the Viper is coming, and they think that it's Cobra calling up to threaten them, right? So he gives them time, he gives them coordinates. They plug all this stuff in and they go there. It's in the South Pole, and they wind up messing around and they find the entrance to a Cobra training facility in the South Pole. and here you got Cobra. There's a club. The Cobras
Look at
are in
these
a club.
guys, man. Look at that.
They're in the club like 50 Cent.
Oh my God, the shorts, the socks.
They're in the mess hall in boxers and wife beaters with their helmets and their masks on. There's a stage show with an old like 50s stage show. Yeah, it was the Zartan Theater, I believe. I think that's right. And so the Joes wind up actually finding out that it's a cobra base, and chaos ensues. And so they take over the cobra base. They capture a bunch of cobras. So they get back, get another phone call. Barbecue again gets another phone call, and they go to this military parade, and he's going to start at the west corner, and it's this thing with all this brass, all these generals, and Joe shows up with the cavalry. It's like West Point graduation or something. I remember what it was. So sure enough, Joe shows up to fighting to save the day, and lo and behold, it's another cobra attack at the right place. The Joes were there.
It's
So
unbelievable.
the Vipers actually tipped them off twice. So maybe the Viper is a friend.
Yep.
So they find out, and this is actually Major Bud tells himself, and now he knows how Custard felt. You remember the great battle with Custard versus Pudding back at Little Bighorn.
Yes.
And so there's this whole thing again. G.I. Joe wins the day, and man on the phone, Scarlet answers. Next time he calls, wants to tell the Viper, says he's going to start at the top floor. She demands to know his identity. He says, I am the Viper. So they stop, they go to the coordinates. Wild Bill, yeehaw, parks a dragonfly that I hope to see some damn updates for in the next 10 days.
Extensive Enterprises.
Yep, they go there. They wind up fighting the Joes. They capture Destro, and I think Destro and the twins get away. And they're calling each other the Viper, trying to point fingers at each other, and loss of I love this, the loss of man hours and finances building a recreation base make the idea of tipping off the Joes seem ludicrous. So we got Zartan in there hiding out. You go down to the end. They think it's Destro. Destro says no. Tells the Cobra agents to disarm the Joes. More fighting ensues. I'm, of course, going through it really quickly. So in the end, the G.I. Joes win the day, and they wait on the phone to ring again, and they watch the red phone. They're sitting there waiting on it. It rings. Barbecue picks it up, and it is the Viper, and he says he will be there at noon, and they should be ready. So an entire fucking contingent of Joes. They've got the twin attack, the whirlwind set up. You got there's Duke there ready to pop a laser cap in somebody. All these Joes surrounding the west corner, and dude comes walking down the street. And it's this dude right here carrying a bucket, and a squeegee, and it's the flat cannon, not the whirlwind. So they see him, they turn toward him, want to know. They're all looking at him, and he introduces himself. The elderly man says, "I am the Viper. I've come to vipe Vivendos, 75 an hour. I start on west corner, top floor first." And they realize that he's a window wiper. Barbecue points and laughs softly, and the situation is so absurd that all the Joes are laughing as well, as were all of us, with all of the taxpayer money that they spent setting that up right there. This is a classic, fantastic episode of the cartoon. I love the Viper, and there's a picture floating around from some convention some time ago that a dude showed up in cosplay as the Viper. He's an older black guy, and I think he's actually wearing a wig and a mustache, I think, but he has the yellow shirt, he has the suspenders and the white work pants. He's carrying a squeegee in a bucket with a rag in it.
That's awesome.
It's not hard to find. I didn't pull it up. I'm sure you can find it.
Dig it up.
But it is just one of the best episodes that there are. So I'm more. I'm gonna run down. I will go down my runners up, and I'm not gonna go into quite as great a detail with them because it's getting late as shit.
Yeah.
So um season 2 started with Arise Serpentor Arise part 1 through 5.
Yep.
Started on September 15th, 86. And those were the first 5 episodes of season 2. That's why it's not included as a mini series.
Mini series, right.
But go down to 9/26 of 86. The episode Computer Complications. And if you don't know the episode, you may not remember everything that happened in it by the title or those thumbnails. This is the episode where Zorana and Mainframe have their little fling.
Yeah, man.
And become, they're not, of course, they can't be a couple. It's like the Romeo and Juliet thing. Yep. And Mainframe actually, I think, lets her toward the end, he lets her get away. And this is also the episode where the flag gets sank, where the flag gets sent to the bottom of the ocean. The Cobra helicarrier thing crashes into it. It has a pod on it that's experimental energy technology, and everybody's trying to obtain it. It winds up crashing into the flag and sinks the flag to the bottom of the sea, and the USS flag is lost. So we go down, that was September 26th. So we go down, I'm going to go all the way down a month to October 20th of 86 aired Raise the
Flag. Yeah, I went back and looked at this one for sure.
Yeah, Raise the Flag is one that's going to be on a lot of people's top cartoon list. It made my runners up list, and of course, they find out everybody's trying to go back and get the antimatter pod. They're trying to figure out why Cobra's on the ocean in that area. And then they find out that they're there because everybody thought the flag was left in deep water, or it was lost and it sank into deep water into a trench, and come to find out that it is resting on a shelf above the trench. I almost said the French. And they're telling a flashback about what happened. There is the Cobra helicarrier that crashed into it, carrying the experimental pod there. So that's what Cobra was doing. They were trying to retrieve the pod. So a battle ensues. They wind up going down and getting in the flag that, oddly enough, has an air pocket in it where they can breathe. And that comes to find out that there's kelp growing. And the best thing about this episode is Cold Slither playing on the PA.
Yeah.
The whole time. That was such an awesome callback to the previous episode.
Bobby.
Yep. And sitting down there playing Cold Slither, and they're trying to find out what's going on. And then you meet this crazy motherfucker right here. And he is absolutely bonkers. I can't get it to center as I zoom in, but so right here you see B.A. LaCar. Absolutely berserk bonkers from being on the ocean floor for 10 days. So
for 10 days.
So
holy moly.
Yeah. So, but in Joe time it could have been a year, who knows.
Oh yeah.
So he's absolutely crazy. He's reprogrammed all these bats, and come to find out he was a mess hall cook on the helicarrier, and BA stands for Bon Appetit because his food was so good. I imagine on that Cobra helicarrier, he was whipping up some badass prime rib and all kinds of delicious delicacies on there. So he's renamed it LaCar City. He's got the bats doing all of the manual labor.
Decks. The sacred decks.
The sacred decks of LaCar City. And He's growing kelp as a food source, purifying air. So G.I. Joe and Cobra are trying to kind of work together. Zartan, he thinks he's the last surviving member of Cobra, and I'm sure, oh, I can move it. Look, I'll be damned. There's a bar at the bottom. Learned something new today. So he thinks he's the, and this is obviously based on the
Mega Man.
story
Is that Dr.
the,
Light? Is that
yeah,
Dr.
oh
Wiley?
shit.
What the hell
Yeah,
is that
yeah,
from Mega
it
Man?
does.
Doesn't
It
that look
does.
nice? That's so
God, it does
ridiculous.
look like him. But the story of the Japanese soldier that was on the island by himself and he didn't know World War II ended.
Oh yeah.
That's where I think they got some of the
Okay.
plot for
That's cool.
this. And so they wind up, Zartan is trying to convince him that he still works for Cobra. Cobra exists. And then he wants to know why Cobra left him. Roadblock's like, nice try, Zartan. A lot of good that did. So old B.A. Lacar is pissed off. The Joes are not cooperating, and he is getting ready to straight up execute Zorana. And then he winds up putting, who does he put over there? Is it Wetsuit? He puts somebody, grabs somebody else and puts over there. Roadblock. It's Roadblock.
Okay.
And Zartan. So he's gonna have them all executed. Yeah. And Roadblock says, "I'm sorry that our plan didn't work because they're about to get gunned down like the last czars of Russia." And which is interesting because I wonder what those lasers would do to the hull, depending on where they are in the flag. So
yeah, right.
It's already been sank once. That metal can't be too strong. So they wind up, they raise the flag back up and they save everybody. Joe and Cobra are fighting it out. At some point during the battle, what I don't understand is during that they're launching depth charges. They're trying to get their guys back, and the thing's resting on the edge of a shelf. And yeah, it is a good point.
Right.
That would have worked, Bobby.
Yeah.
So Lacar
Zartan
winds up
been better off revealing he's the lead singer for Cold Slither. Yeah, that's great.
So they wind up. Lacar hits his head, comes to his senses, winds up kind of helping them, and they wind up, place is flooding. There's where they bandage him up. He starts helping them, and come to find out, they wind up raising the flag. Everybody gets out. Nobody ends up with the pod, and they wind up. They they congratulate Roadblock. Flags on the way to Norfolk to the shipyards to be repaired. Roadblock points out that the mission succeeded. And thanks with the help of Lacar, and asks if they have room for a half-baked, fully reformed ex-Viper. Hawk laughs and tells him, "We make room." That tells me B.A. Lacar is a Joe, and I want a B.A. Lacar figure in both Joe and tattered Cobra outfit uniform with the Dr. Wily hair. So, and so those are my two of my runners up, and I'm not even going to pull up the last one because you already talked about it. Of course, it's Red Rocket's Glare.
Yeah, man.
It's not saying that it is, like my favorite, but it holds such sentimental value that it definitely gets, because it is not that great of an episode.
No,
but the sentimental value and the hilarity of it, and what it means to you and I, put it up there toward the top, because I had the VHS and we watched it endlessly. And I made a quick list here. It's not going to take very long. And this isn't even the tip of the iceberg of the ridiculous shit Cobra come up with in the cartoon. Just the differences and the path divergence I talked about at the beginning between the comic and the cartoon. Comic was a little more grounded in reality and stayed that way for most of it. I mean, you had clones and robot dudes and all that, but for the most part, the comic tried to stay a basis of reality. The cartoon, of course, it was for kids to sell toys. So some of the shit that Cobra come up with to win and rule the world, they had a Cobra-thon, which was a telethon for a domestic organization that was trying to rule the world. They did a telethon.
Yep.
Average Americans have to know who Cobra is at this point.
Right.
And they conduct the telethon.
Yeah. Yeah.
So one that we just talked about, Cold Slither, a fake ass rock band putting out videos with subliminal messages.
Yep.
And I'd hope maybe I know Punk's gone to bed. Maybe he'll watch the end of this. I don't know, but just for you, Punk, they're fucking with me subliminally. So that was Cold Slither. It was a suicidal tendencies there. They come up with an antimatter device. They tried to put Cobra Commander's face on the moon with a laser.
Yeah.
They found Excalibur. Somebody mentioned that earlier. They made synthoids, which you talked about. They tried to hijack mutant plant fertilizer.
Yes.
Which was kind of an accident, but they wanted the formula. It was a secret formula that got a fuel that got mixed in with the fertilizer, and they were trying to recover the fuel. So they were but then they wanted the fertilizer. And then ghosts. They used ghosts, actual ghosts.
Well,
that one, if I'd have kept going with this list, that one would have been on there. Primordial plot.
Well, and you got the Destro's castle with the cultists,
where he's Lady J's cousin.
Snake. He's Lady J's cousin, and then the Baroness slaps him because he's, and she puts him in his place at the end of it. His lust for revenge.
You had where they try to control all the animals with Cobra's creatures.
How about this? How about they trick? And one of my actual favorites, and I meant to have it on my list, and I actually do have it on my list, but I had it out of order. No Place Like Springfield, where Shipwreck gets tricked into a whole different life.
I almost put that
with children, and it's what?
but we got to see Mara again because that was
and it's also synthoids are also in those places like Springfield,
and that was the one of the episodes with one of the most annoying characters other than Polly was his daughter.
Oh my God.
Daddy.
Yep.
What's wrong with Daddy?
Yes.
Oh God.
Yes.
Yep. There's Sins of Our Fathers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I mean,
there's too many. It's like almost
on.
It's every episode. I mean, literally almost every episode is a new way for them to try, and then G.I. Joe has to win the day. I mean, there's literally almost every episode. So you can imagine being a writer on that show, and you got to keep it fresh,
coming up with stuff,
and you got to sell toys, right? So you got to introduce new characters, you got to introduce new shit, you got to come up with these and children's cartoons. So you can only do certain things, and you have to stay away. There's lasers,
7 Joes,
right? There's lasers and no bullets, but the lasers, at least you get the red and the blue, and you get to kind of play with that and stuff. But man, there's
but I will mention also one of the coolest things about that right there is you can visibly see 2 Cobra troopers get shot in the stomach.
Yeah.
In the first episode, I think. And this, what also makes this one just so good is it's the first time you see Firefly, Scrap Iron, the Dreadnoks and Zartan.
Yeah, man.
Flint. Shipwreck, so many key cartoon appearances in this, and the plot, you know, the robots and the temple,
Yeah.
you know, so that's why nothing will ever top Revenge of Cobra for
Yeah.
me.
Weather Dominator was probably up there for me as
That's this
well.
one.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah. I
Revenge
mean,
of
yeah,
Cobra.
yeah. That's right. Yeah, Revenge of Cobra, and then, but actually the first one,
Mass Device.
yes, the Mass Device.
Yeah.
I always enjoyed that, and the way the red shows up on regular TV looks all fucked up. You know how the red, like the, you know, what I'm
Yeah,
talking
it's
about?
like
Anytime they would,
pink
yeah,
red.
anytime they would do that red for liquid or whatever, and
Yeah.
the way it came across on your television because of the animation, what it was, it looked really like weird and fuzzy and whatever. Is like, I
Yeah.
don't know, you know, whatever that was, like
It
made it
was
do
odd.
that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, Revenge of Cobra. I mean, yeah, I all the time I call it the Weather Dominator, but that's obviously what it is. And
Yeah.
you know, you have the vines, and you have there's
That's
so much there.
that's
It's so
one
great.
of those are two things that after he gets a little more into it and a little more experienced. I don't know if he's still listening or not, but that is something I plan on getting Toy Enhancer to whip up for me as a Mass Device and a Weather Dominator.
Yeah, and also, I mean, yeah. That would be awesome.
I had somebody that was supposed to send me plans. They were not plans. They were doing the Weather Dominator. They were printing it, and it was going to be expensive because it was going to be to scale for classified.
Okay.
But oh, he is still listening. Let's do it. Yeah, I hadn't run that by you yet, but now you know, and knowing's half the battle.
Something else about the cartoons, man, is the
Yes.
music. The music in there. All the, you know,
There's a good
and the little swing tunes, and there's just all, it's such good music in there.
There's a good remix of that that's on Instagram that you can find.
Yeah.
That you can use as music. That, you know, that's one thing, man, that I'm not Instagram is kind of, I like it, but I'm not that adept with it. It's counterintuitive.
Whatever. Yeah.
But one of the things that I like about Instagram is you can use licensed music and your stuff.
Yes.
YouTube, you can do it on a short, but you can't do it on a video.
Yeah.
And there's only so much that's on shorts. There's a lot you can use, but you can't just like, I wish that it had a template where when you go into YouTube and you process and do your video that you could insert licensed music into it.
Right.
I'm not sure why Instagram does. I mean, I know one's Google and one's Meta, but that is one cool thing about Instagram is there is a plethora of licensed music that you can use and sync it up. That's why I like doing them reels.
Yeah.
The music makes all the difference. Yeah, Crow said, count me as wanting to buy one too. See what I want both, but when this shelf was done, my plan for this shelf was one corner. I wanted a damn Weather Dominator on a pole sticking up, you know, another 2 inch, 3 inches. I wanted to put a Weather Dominator on it, but I had a guy that was going to make me one and told him to holler at me when he got them ready. And I mean, I never heard back from him. And they are, if you buy one, especially if you buy one that somebody's already painted, and the Weather Dominator, it's got to come in 3 pieces.
Yeah.
That snap to the seat part. So it's going to be big, but you got to have it done in 3 pieces.
Yeah.
But I never heard back from the dude, and that's one of those things I want to add somewhere along the way.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be totally super cool.
Yeah, I'm getting tired, and
yeah, man.
I think if you're fine with it, I think we'll skip our normal closings because we're
good.
And that is what ramps my vamp and our memories of G.I. Joe. We've kind of covered both of those in a way tonight, talking about
I do. And I have stuff that I can save for next time for both of those, so that'll be just fine. That ain't no
Yeah, I mean,
thing.
I'm still going to be pissed off next time for Ramps My Van.
Yep.
So
But I
you
mean,
might have
just
other stuff to be pissed off about. You never know.
yep. But I mean, just overall, as far as stuff to have for that, yes, I absolutely have things that I can bring back that I can talk about for those. And it is late, man. I mean, I appreciate everybody sticking with us this long. I mean, we're talking about 4.5 hours.
Yeah,
you
we
know,
got
and
three in here. Those got to be Bobby, Aaron, and Crow.
that's right,
I appreciate you guys sticking in with us
100%.
through the end, and everybody that might actually listen to this whole thing back. Thank you for coming
Yeah,
back, and hit that like and leave a comment, and I will get back to you. Gaslands is here, so Aaron must be going in and out.
yeah, it might bouncing in and out, and
There he is.
fully understandable. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, this has definitely been a long stream. We missed a couple weeks ago of the Power of the Force and everything, and so it's
And
been good to get back in the
we're
saddle again.
we're gonna hold our usual streams to 2 to 3 hours. We're gonna talk
Yeah,
about it. Two is ideal, but three is better. It's just three on a work night for me is not always going to be feasible because then you gotta wind down. Gaslands took a break to go watch Worlds Without End. Damn good one,
That's
ain't it?
awesome. I
Uh,
love it, man. That's so
I'll be
awesome. I
I'll
love it.
after tonight I'll have some of this on tomorrow after I get home from the doctor because
Yeah.
well if I can sit um
You
but
will be. They're not going to do anything tomorrow like that. I can promise you that. That's not going to happen.
but so we're gonna talk about it, but we're probably gonna do 2 to 3 hours. We're gonna plan it. Probably gonna plan it as two, but if it goes to three, not gonna be that big of a deal because we obviously can do 3 plus, and God forbid we ever do this on a Friday night because it might wind up being like Oz, but
In the
mostly
morning.
GI Joe.
Yeah,
Um,
right.
because
Yeah.
it's fun. As long as we got people that are showing up and hanging out and interacting with us. But I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, he and I can sit here and talk about this stuff
Yeah.
all night. So
No,
being able to share
that's
it
no
with
joke.
people is fantastic. I love this community, and I
Yeah.
want to remind everybody to check out all of the May the Power of the Force people that have done theirs. Punk and
Yes.
Allison Troy have them listed on their Instagram and I think on their Facebook. So check out all of those. Pop Blender and I both are coming up next week.
Yep.
Mine is on Tuesday and his will be on Friday. And his that is coming up on his will be on Pop Blender on YouTube.
Yep.
So that's where his will be next Friday. And also, everybody that might be rewatching, check out all of our affiliate channels from the people that hang out here: Toy Enhancer,
Yes,
Crow,
sir.
Crimson Cobra Commander, same times Toys, all of the guys that come in here and hang out all the time, and all of our chats. We certainly appreciate it. I know I missed people. I'm getting fucking tired.
You're
So
good, man.
I've got a lot
You're
of them
good.
in my description, and other people do too. So
Yeah.
I got a good core group of people, and again, we got to thank Punk for kind of solidifying this group because he's kind of the godfather for us. So with that on the end, I just want to tell everybody good night. Thank you for hanging out.
Yeah, man. I really appreciate it too, and thanks for hanging in there. And this was a long one for sure, but
That's what she
it's
said.
always fun. Yes, she did. I remember it well. And but yeah, man. Yeah, thanks for everybody hanging in there and chatting and participating and coming by and saying hi, and hopefully everybody watches this tomorrow and enjoys it. Make a comment, thumbs up, whatever, share it if you can. Whatever. Most people don't share it, and I understand why, because it's like, well, who the hell am I going to share it with? You
Yep.
try to think of that. It's well, anybody that would watch it, you already know them, right? So
Yeah.
But nonetheless, yeah,
Thank you,
man.
God. Thank you, Jay
Yeah,
Gonzo.
appreciate it, man.
Um,
And I know we'll see everybody really soon. I know I will see
Yeah,
everybody really soon. Hopefully, with Tuesday night with Matthew Matson at 9
Yep,
o'clock.
on the yet unnamed show, but
Yep.
we'll be looking for it. Hit them, turn them notifications on, and check out some good pop culture content. I can't wait to see what you guys talk about between the two of you, because I can see that shit going for 4 or 5 hours
I
till
know.
Matthew's got to go to bed.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how to wrangle that shit in, but yeah, man, I'll let you take us out, brother. It's always fun, and appreciate everybody.
Yep. Thank you, guys. I hope you enjoyed it, and we will see you guys next time on 3-Star Drop.
There it is. Hello.
Bye bye.